It is 5:01. I'd like to call to order this Board of Selectmen meeting for the town of regular meeting on Wednesday, November 12th at 5:01. First item on the agenda is First Selectmen's remarks. I'd like to first thank every Woodbridge resident who voted in this recent election. Nearly 4,000 of our neighbors cast ballots, which is a significant increase over 2 years ago. And I was reelected by a narrow margin. I see this as a clear mandate to listen even more closely and work even more harder for the whole town. I want to thank our opponents and their supporters for a spirited campaign, our volunteers and poll workers for their dedication, and every resident, whether you voted for me or not, for caring enough about Woodbridge to make your voice heard. If you supported me, thank you. If you did not, I hear you, and I will work to earn your trust and serve all of Woodbridge. There were times in this campaign that were contentious due to some significant issues in town. Many of our neighbors who value the nature of our town also worry about affordability and fairness. I recognize that many people felt strongly enough to vote for change despite what we've accomplished over the last 2 years together, and that message matters. Here's how we move forward together. We listen and with dialogue, and there will be some changes that I'll put into place with regard to that. We need clarity and transparency, and we'll work to do more of that. And we need to make sure that our problem solving includes our neighbors in different boards and commissions, and we're more inclusive with our problem solving. And from a standards and conduct standpoint, tonight I'm asking all of us, elected officials, the public alike, to recommit to civility. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Our debates should be tough on ideas and kind to people. My commitments are straightforward: to protect what we love about Woodbridge while planning responsibly for the future, to keep our budgeting disciplined and fair, and to approach housing thoughtfully and lawfully, and to center facts, not fear, in every decision. My door is always open. I welcome your emails, your phone calls, and your comments, and most of all, your participation. Let's lower the temperature, raise the standard, and do the work together. So thank you, and we'll get to the rest of our agenda now. Next item on our agenda is welcome our Superintendent, Christopher Montini.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share. I have to do this because you're blurry if I look up. These are sort of new to me here. Thank you for the opportunity to share a brief update from the Woodbridge Board of Education and Beecher Road School. I'll begin with enrollment. Our enrollment currently stands at 861 happy and amazing students. That's one less than my report from last month and 6 less than November last year. As I mentioned last month, we continue to watch our pre-K numbers closely, as we may need to add a half section mid-year, depending on the number of students who qualify for pre-K special education services. We've not done so yet. We've taken no action. We're just monitoring that. I'll continue to update you in that regard during these reports. I'm pleased to share that we selected Mr. Matthew Madruga to serve as assistant principal at Beecher Road School. Mr. Madruga brings 13 years of experience in education, including 5 years as a school administrator and 8 years as a school counselor. He joins Beecher Road School from Bristol Public Schools, where he's currently serving as an interim principal at Hubbell Elementary School and previously as assistant principal at West Bristol School. Mr. Madruga emerged from a talented pool of 120 applicants and a robust hiring process that included interviewing 35 candidates in round 1, 8 in round 2, 3 finalists in round 3, and 1 recommended for appointment on Monday, November 3rd. Mr. Madruga will begin on Monday, December 1st. And we're excited. He was actually in school Monday, when he had Veterans Day off, and he was able to spend the day and begin the transition and learning process to our wonderful school. As you may have heard, in late October, just prior to student arrival, the Woodbridge Fire Department and Police Department responded to BRS due to burning smell and smoke within a classroom. Both the fire and police departments responded immediately. The building was cleared quickly, and students were held on buses and cars until the building was cleared for occupancy by the fire department. Through the investigation, they identified a small exhaust motor that services a bathroom in a 4th grade. It had burned out. The motor was removed, and a new one was installed the next day. I'd like to share my gratitude and appreciation with you for the swift and thorough response of both the police department and the fire department. I'd also like to acknowledge the great work of the staff at Beecher, who immediately greeted their children, reassured them, and proceeded with a normal day of learning. Student safety is our highest priority at BRS and the greater community, and we're thankful for the support of our community partners. I mentioned a few minutes ago that Monday was Veterans Day. Our school community honored and paid tribute to veterans in many ways, including a nice example is outside our cafeteria has been a tradition where they create several long flags composed of individual cards reflecting student service members' families. On Monday, we also had an assembly where all students had an opportunity to hear from two local veterans, our own Woodbridge policeman Pat Meehan and security officer and former PD Vinnie Lynch. We have many staff, parents, and guardians who are veterans, and we're certainly grateful for their service. A few weeks now, and although it seems like a short lifetime, my son Jack and I attended the Halloween Hoot. It was a great day. The PTO, my very first one, I saw a number of you there. It was fantastic. The PTO did a tremendous job transforming the grounds in the upper school building to a gigantic Halloween-themed party. There was music, food trucks, carnival games, face paintings, scary mazes, bounce houses, and so much more. Most importantly was so many of our students, our amazing students and their families, they attended this fun-filled community building event. A great big thanks to the PTO for their hard work, and that made it so the Hoot such a success, and to the many staff members who attended to support and engage with our students and families. Students, as you know, most of them anyway, love seeing their teachers outside of school. It's really hard to believe that budget season is now upon us, and you are not the folks that I have to tell that to, but it's here, and on Thursday, December 4th, I will share the superintendent's proposed budget with the Board of Ed, and the Board of Education is scheduled to vote on the board's budget at their regular meeting on Monday, December 15th. Last month, we shared achievement and growth results from last spring's state assessment, the Smarter Balanced Assessment, with our board. The assessment results are an important factor in measuring our success, but they're only one factor. They're a snapshot taken at one point in the year. They don't tell the whole story. The experiences we create for our students on a daily basis, the sense of belonging we foster, and the positive culture we cultivate are all invaluable. We are proud, though, to share our results with you. There's a tradition of excellence at Beecher Road School, and this year's scores continue to reflect that. So just briefly, Beecher ranks second in the DERG for students meeting or exceeding the standard in math, and third for English language arts. Beecher ranks first in the DERG for growth in math, and fourth for English language arts. And DERG, for those that may not be familiar with that acronym, is District Reference Group. There are other communities that are of a comparative base based on a number of factors, including socioeconomic status, degree status of families, etc. So we're compared to Greenwich and Madison and Trumbull and Cheshire, and those rankings are comparisons, Farmington, to us against those communities.
Chris, any sense as to how many schools in each of the DERGs or no?
Yeah, it varies. So DERG A, there's only 9, and I certainly can look that up in just a moment.
That's all right.
But yes, 9. So the top 2, there's very few. 9 in the top DERG A. In the bottom, there might only be 6 or 7 your priority districts, which are your New Haven, Bridgeport, Hartford, New London, Wyndham. But then B and what's that? IH. There's more. So I would, if you take out the 2 top outliers of 6 or 9, you're going to get 16 to 20. I think in B through I. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the success of Beecher is shared by many, yourselves included. It's students who come to school eager and ready to learn. It's parents who are supportive and engaged. It's faculty and staff who challenge and support each and every student to achieve their best. Our board who creates the conditions for students to thrive. And our greater community who values and supports our students and the work. That said, there's always room for improvement, and there's always room for growth. We'll continue to use the results and other relevant data to identify strengths and opportunities as they relate to teaching and learning. Our job is to engage in continuous improvement and continuous growth, and that's exactly what we'll do. And I'll conclude my remarks re-extending the invitation that I had shared last week. I would love an opportunity to meet with you individually, to continue to learn about this wonderful community, its strengths and its opportunities. And if you're interested, certainly you can reach out to me or to Marcia, and we can connect at a convenient time. Thank you for all of the
Thank you.
work that you do for this community and for allowing me to share a short update with you on a monthly basis. Happy to answer any questions, should you have any.
How often are the DERG results provided?
So the DERGs haven't changed in a long time. I want to say 2006.
Okay.
They're not used at the state level as much anymore, but every district uses them as a comparative base.
Sure.
You know, in different communities, use specific communities even within the DERGs. For example, in Milford, they're looking at Wallingford and Shelton, because within the DERG, they believe those communities to be the most similar. I don't know, for Woodbridge, I know we're third in math because we're tied with Greenwich, and we have to move out 2 decimal points for them to have sort of taken the second spot from us from last year, where we moved to third. Madison is a high-performing district in this DERG on a consistent basis, and they're up top. So 2006 is the last update at the state level to the DERGs that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Next item on the agenda is related to our AMR contract, and I'd like a motion to move into executive session pursuant to CGS 1-2006E and 1-201210B24 to discuss responses to requests for proposal or bid solicitation issued by a public agency or any record or file made by a public agency in connection with the contract award process until such contract is executed or negotiations for the award of such contracts have ended. I would also like to ask Dr. Roy Ivans, Attorney Beaumonte, and Finance Director Tony Genovese to join us in executive session. Do I have a motion? Second? Any discussion?
Which I heard, it
Dave and I-
sounded
Steve.
like you.
Dave and I
you
both
did it
said
at
it
the
at the same time.
It was like all right,
I defer.
I'll give it to you.
Yes.
First,
So-
second, done, okay.
All in favor? All right. Thank you. We have come out of executive session. There were no motions made. There were no votes taken during executive session, and we will move on to our next item on our agenda, which is Recreation Room Project, Center Building Grant, Human Services Department. I believe there's Jeanette, head of the Human Services Department, and Kathy.
Do you want us to come up, or do you want us to? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Sure.
Good try, Kathy. Good try, Kathy. Thank you for joining us. Tony, are you taking us through this, or
I could, I think Jeanette would probably be
better?
better
Okay.
to take us through it. She knows more intimately about it.
Sure. Okay.
Probably got to get a little closer. There you go.
So it was, I guess, April of 2024 that we came to this board and asked for use of contingency funds when we had heard that the child care center would be moving from their location to across the street. And we did receive from you guys and the Board of Finance $20,000 to refurbish some of the rooms, actually the whole, we thought at the time, the whole hallway area. Of course, in February of 2025, we learned that there was a problem in the building, and the child care center left and then ultimately disbanded. In the interim, we had applied for a steep grant for $500,000 for remediation and renovation of the child care wing, including also the lobby to become more ADA compliant. And that we didn't get at the time, but more recently, this past fall, we received $25,000 from the state via, thank you, Mary Wiellander, and it was through the biennial budget, $25,000 this year and $25,000 next year, not to be combined as $50,000. Our hope is to utilize the room directly off the elevator. As you come up the stairs, elevator, to the left, there's a large classroom, and we hope to turn that into a recreation room for seniors. We do have a billiard table and a ping pong table, table tennis. Tony likes table tennis. A table tennis table that are being used at this point. We put them in room 13. It's an awfully long walk from the senior center, and the stairs are a problem for many seniors. So our hope is to create this rec room right off the elevator, right directly above the senior center. Makes so much sense. We'll also have some tables in there for mahjong and cards, so that when there's mixed use going on down in the senior center, another program, it can be an overflow space for groups like that to utilize. It is much less than the scope of the STEEP grant, and we hope that, again, if the state puts up the STEEP grant, we will again apply so that we can, make use of the space there. We have a master plan for the area, but this is just the first step. It would be this rec room. I can expound at length on the benefits of the socialization, the hand-eye coordination, the mental acuity that is gained, the core fitness, all of that from both table tennis and pool.
And we have groups that are already
Utilizing
playing,
the space,
so
yes.
they're very happy to have the bigger space upstairs.
And very close to the lobby restrooms. So it's really, it's a great use of an unused space. With the $45,000, we have already 25 and 20 that was set aside by you. We feel that we have a budget. Tony has created a budget with Fuss and O'Neill, and then with Brad, we've worked to make sure that we have enough money to make this project a reality.
And there are two classrooms that we're looking at over the 2 years. And so this is the first project, would be the recreation room, and then another classroom, as long as they're coming in to test.
The testing and
Explain.
inspection figures for both rooms.
For two
For two
rooms,
Not the
right?
remediation, just the testing and inspection. While they're there, it's much more cost effective for them to test the second room
Right.
and examine the second room while they're there, as opposed to doing it 2 different times.
Right.
So does that mean that the budget can change according to the test results?
So the remediation portion could change based on the test results, but there's more than one way to remediate, right, based on what we discussed. For
We
instance,
discussed not entire removal of the problems that are there, but encapsulating.
right, so you can have,
Are the
let's see,
problems being asbestos or,
they're testing for asbestos and lead paint.
okay.
So you could do a removal of the flooring, and remediation and renovation, but you might have a wall that's there that you just cover and don't use. You don't put nails into and you don't use.
How does this fit in with the bigger picture center building renovation? Is this gonna be redone again?
In other words, if we do the renovation, will we undo the renovation in order to
Yes.
complete the other piece of
Like
it?
I need to contextualize our broader capital plan here.
The scheduling, as far as the center building is concerned, is multiple years away in terms of being able to completely afford and secure the funding that would be required to do that. In terms of whether it would be done, it really is a matter of how we do this, who does and how we do the current renovation. But the timing on it would be such that,
So we don't really know.
I'm sorry,
Like, we don't really know.
we can't be
if-
certain on it,
yeah.
but certainly we can plan for it along the lines of understanding that whoever does this renovations recognizes that there will be greater renovation that can be done in the larger space.
So are you referring to like HVAC stuff and window
Well-
replacement, the things where the walls may need to come down and,
Perhaps. I
you
mean,
know.
to my understanding, we've talked in these 2 years of much bigger center building undertakings.
I served for 2 years on that
And-
building committee, I
And
understand.
so I'm just trying to be very aware of the risks financially of taking steps, which I agree have great value, only in a year or two or however long's time to tear it down and rebuild. And I'm also trying to contextualize this need in the context of the upcoming cultural and communities center and how that space will be utilized, and understanding walking is a concern, so that would
Yeah.
require walking, but I thought that space was going to be used for things along these lines. So
Not for what they're describing specifically, not for,
This would be within senior center programming, so it would
Okay.
need to be under the auspices of the senior
this-
center and not moved elsewhere.
So
And
Ju-
already exists as our programming. I'm sorry, Sheila.
Sorry, I was going to ask you, Jeanette. So what you have in mind for this renovation, is it all items that would have been in that larger plan that is not currently moving forward? And could it, if we were to go back to that larger plan for the center building, would we be able to see what we've just pulled aside and done already? Right, so if you do end up taking out the tiles on the floor, that was going to happen in the larger project, right?
Correct. I believe that this work is conducive with the bigger project. Hearing you though, Andrea, because it makes a lot of sense that $42 million project that talked about the envelope of the building does not look like that's proceeding now. And should it proceed, it would probably proceed in parts. And so I believe that the hope is to do, you could do those parts, you could replace windows, you could do all those things, even though the flooring and the paint are on the walls. And
Right.
so
The-
we're not gonna touch the pipes,
Right.
and
But
that
if you
still has
found-
access.
If you if
the
you
position, go on, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, if you found something like lead paint on the windows, but you think that the windows, obviously the windows have to be replaced at some point, so perhaps you would encapsulate rather than try to get the lead paint off
That's
the
the
window.
At this time, we have no
Yeah.
plans to touch the windows, other than to remove the air conditioners and probably seal that up, where that is, and
Yeah,
if so,
just make them
replace
usable.
them with functioning air conditioners.
The location of the rooms, if I'm not mistaken, is also conducive to being able to, as Sheila mentioned, kind of do things in phases, similar to what we've already done. We've done the gym, we've done the downstairs portion, we're doing the whole, it's, you know, it's the elevator portion
It's the
and the
beginning of
rooms
that hall.
specifically next to the elevator portions. As far as the bigger picture, as far as what we're doing with what we will likely need to do with the building over time is, as was mentioned, the structure itself, the infrastructure of the building. If we replace the windows, it doesn't undo what we may have done in this room. It may impact it in terms of having to close it for a period of time or something along those lines.
Yeah.
But the way it's situated physically is in a way that it's not like you're walking through an unfinished area to go to a finished area where it would undoubtedly have to be impacted, but rather this can be done in such a way as the rest of it can be done subsequent to it, just because of the physical location of the room.
And if I understand correctly, this is state funds, and we won't be contributing other funds to it.
There's
I'm
already
sure the
budgeted
20,000.
20,000.
That's our
That's correct.
plan.
You're right.
It's on the memo that
Right.
Tony received, and it is, $45,000 to do the remediation, and then we have 25,000 is what we're
It's-
asking tonight
It's-
for you to.
45,000 is the total budget for the remediation, renovation, and testing and inspection.
Right, but what we're asking tonight is for you to sign off on our executed agreement with the state, who've already approved this concept, and we just need to have that executed agreement.
And
So-
also use of that space in the
Right,
building.
yes, that
Yeah.
too.
Once approved, what do you have a timetable? How long it'll take?
It has to be done by June 30th.
Done, finished, like.
Yeah, yeah.
So in other words, if, in addressing Andrea's question, if and when we might start on this monster $40 million project, minimum of 1 or maybe 2 years from now and get started, this is gonna be ready, done by June
It's gonna be used.
and be in use, as opposed to, even if it's possible, it's just a concept now to do anything, that wouldn't nothing would have happened there for 3-4 years, right?
Well, David, you were on that committee. We served
It
together.
was a mess, yeah.
And it was 5 phases, so.
Yeah.
And
And
this
you don't
was
know
not
what
the
phase
first
that's
phase.
And each phase could take
It's
a
not
year
the
or
first
two.
phase, right.
And so I was just kind of thinking as like, well, even if we had to tear the whole thing out, surely the current use is what you're looking at, right? And we've already budgeted $20,000. Doesn't seem to me that if that's really a reasonable current use, that's a lot of money, even if we did have to tear the whole thing out 5 years from now. I just,
Makes sense.
Well, it's not structural. You're renovating a room for a use, or you're not touching structural things, that
No,
the
it's
structural
cosmetic,
things will have to be
mostly.
undone.
Think surface things,
Right.
paint and drop ceiling and maybe change the lighting and flooring. This is just, the minimum to get it look nice for the seniors. And just, nobody's asked, but what the second room was going to be for, I just want to be clear that we do have a plan going forward, and that is to expand the food pantry and medical loan closet from the very, very constricted space it's in now to a larger, more usable space. Because it's very difficult to use those spaces and be safe about it. The carpet in that, if you've ever been, it's a trip hazard. There are things piled up, and we have it well organized. It's just a very tight space for those 2 really well-used programs by the residents.
So I don't see an executed agreement in our packet. Am I missing?
No, I don't think we included it.
So-
Okay, so it's hard to comment on
So
that.
action tonight is just to proceed, and we'll have another document to approve, or do we need to
I
give
think
you a
only
motion to
Mika
approve?
signs off on that document is, actually Tony's
Right, there was
name
no,
is on it, but
yeah. There was no requirement, I don't believe.
This is essentially using the 20,000 that's already in the
20
budget.
No,
Yeah,
no.
and using the room.
The-
Using the, you're just approving the room and also that we sign the executed agreement with the state. The money is ready to be sent to us as soon as they receive the executed agreement from Tony.
We should have that in the packet.
So
We-
can you
we can
use
put
the
it in the
room
pa-
and
we can- oh, no, I know.
getting
I'm
the
just
grant
saying.
money?
We can add that to the packet, that's certainly not.
Yeah.
Not
I
a problem.
can't, I feel like I can't vote on something I haven't read.
Well, this, so the
I-
20,000 was in your
It's in the-
presentation to capital budget.
Yeah, you guys approve that.
And essentially, this is the work that you had in mind, right? This is part of the larger
Yes.
plan that was presented then.
Right. And
So
the
this is just
executed-
allowing you to proceed with that new funding that came from Representative Wheelander.
And the executed agreement is a lot of forms that came from the state, but it is, the outline of it is that budget that Tony has provided in the memo.
Right.
And minus the $20,000 and the description that I've given you tonight. That's all that's in that executed agreement. There's nothing more to it than looking for a signature, and they approved the concept of this remediation.
So the state approved the concept, is willing to give the money, we have to sign off that we're willing to receive it.
Correct.
Okay. For what is outlined here.
Correct.
Exactly what is outlined here,
Okay.
and nothing more.
Thank you.
So the renovations, the bulk of the sum of the total budget is for what? Purchasing, just remind me if you don't mind, purchasing the billiard tables?
Nope,
Okay.
we own everything.
Okay.
We have all the FF and E, well, all right, we don't have lighting, but we have most of it. What we are looking for, the 20,000 that belongs to the town of Woodbridge would actually pay for the Fuss and O'Neill testing
Okay.
and the remediation of the asbestos, and the 25,000 would pay for the drop ceiling, the lighting,
Okay.
the flooring,
That's the
and the paint.
renovation. Okay.
And that's the extent of the project. And
Thank
if
you for
anything has to be encapsulated, then it would just be like a new wall on top of it. We'll have to get to that, because one will save money and we spend a little to cover it, so we don't remove it.
It would be helpful for me, Mika, moving forward with spending on the center building, to have it contextualized in the capital, bigger picture capital project that we may or may not be pursuing. This, I understand the sense of urgency relative to how long that capital planning, takes. But I don't feel comfortable working without the bigger picture context and how and if, like what goals this achieves. You, Jeanette, earlier said that, there are multiple phases. This wasn't in phase one. What was in phase one and why was that in phase one? Is that a greater priority? And should these funds, would these be better suited? Now, I understand we already voted for the 20,000, that's not
Yeah,
up for
the
discussion here.
25,000 cannot be used
But it
elsewhere.
explains and demonstrates the point
Right.
that I'm making to the board about process that I think can be improved here.
Yeah, because when you're doing small renovations rather than a big project, you're going through the normal budget process
Yeah.
usually. And so when the child care center was planning to move out, we thought a little further down, that's when they came and asked for that money to immediately begin using those rooms, independent of the larger renovation project, which,
So the lesson that we learned a long time ago was that chipping away works better
Yes.
than whole projects.
I
So
agree.
we got the bathroom in the lower level, and we got the ramp, we got some paint downstairs, we got carpeting downstairs, and people recognized that we were improving this space, and wow, people were utilizing it, and it was an improvement for the whole town. And then we got money to do the bigger project, and likewise the gym.
The gym, yeah.
You cull together bits of money that you have, and now you have a project. So we chip away at the center building. If you guys want to do something to the envelope, when you need to, it's something about the drainage, the windows, the roof, all of those things, that was gonna be phase one.
That's phase one. Yeah.
And so the police station, I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on the police station. So there were multiple phases of this building. This just is chipping away at the cosmetic, really. And unfortunately, we've got this problem with the asbestos, which the town, with your $20,000, is gonna remediate and is gonna fix so that we can start utilizing space that's already there. We're not doing anything to the envelope that, you'll be able to do later.
Yeah. This is a similar approach that we took at Beecher Road School many years ago. We were doing renovations to take up asbestos floor, et cetera, while we were waiting for a big major renovation project to take place. So it makes sense to be moving forward on this while you're trying to use the building. The childcare's been out of there for over a year,
It's not been quite a year.
February.
almost a year.
It's not a, right.
And I apologize because I look at it, I look at everything in the center building from the vantage of how can we serve the residents better, which I know you do too, but you also look at it in terms of bigger pictures, and I appreciate that, but this is getting services and
Using the space.
using space that's there that we absolutely need to do our jobs. And that's why I'm not thinking about it from your vantage, but I hope that you can see it from ours as well.
I appreciate that, and that's why these conversations are so valuable and this opportunity for engagement. So, thank you. And I agree generally with the approach of incremental improvements, as long as I can understand how it fits into the bigger picture and what we might not be addressing as a result. Like, you brought up the police department, and they're, not really pertinent to this decision, but, why don't they have a grant and $20,000 from our contingency to help get their locker rooms up to speed?
We're hoping they will.
Yeah.
We're hoping they will. And again, and when it comes time to consider that, we'll have a conversation similar to this in terms of which the best approach is. The reason for us being here and having the conversation is to bring up points like you're bringing up and understand points like Jeanette and Kathy have brought up in terms of why it makes sense to do this the way they're asking for us to do this now. And consider the amount. A lot of times people misunderstand the fact that, particularly for human services, those grants are very specific. You have to use them in a very specific, not only there, but in most grants, it's very specific to what you're doing. And it's not like we can say, it would be great to have the $45,000 and do it. Let's do something with the police department
No, I
because we can.
understand that, Mika.
So, no, I know. So it's, a lot of other folks don't, because they ask us, it would have been nice to use $200,000 for this instead of that, and it's like, well, we can't do that, that's not the way it works.
Unless
You
you
know,
apply for it, if the opportunity
If there was something
exists.
available for that other option, then you can try to apply for it. So the sense is, in this particular instance, is, primarily because it is cosmetic, primarily because it is physically the way it's structured, it lends itself to working very well on incrementally changing it and upgrading it. Basically, what we're doing is we're just upgrading space that otherwise would remain empty. And it needed space. So that's what we're hoping we can get done. As far as the documentation is concerned, it's a standard documentation. We will look it over. We'll make sure that everyone gets a copy to make sure that there's not an issue or concern or question along those lines. And then we'll take action from there.
Okay. Do we need
a
a
motion?
motion?
We should have a motion, just.
So I'll move that we move forward on this project as presented. Does that
I'll-
work as a motion?
Got it, Steve? Any other questions? Concerns? Well,
I'm just not familiar with state delegation grants. So I don't know what conditions or stipulations, if any, are applied to that. So my hesitancy is rooted in a lack of having kind of all the information that I like to have when I make a vote. It's not a lack of support for the effort or the need. Just
Tony, do you have that document?
I do.
Okay.
It's mostly boilerplate state boilerplate and stuff that you see in every
I
grant?
think the only conditions they put on it was that we spend it by the end of this fiscal year, and that it be used to improve
Pages.
senior center programming. And
Okay.
that was the parameter. And when we applied for this, immediately I got a response that said, seems fine.
Accessories.
And Mary Welander had come down to speak with us on a different issue, but she toured the facility. Jeanette had taken it into the areas to see what we are improving with this grant.
Thank you.
I'll move it into your SharePoints now. Is that what you just sent me?
I just sent it to you, yeah.
All right, so there was a motion and a second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much and good luck.
Much appreciated, thank you.
I just put it in the SharePoint. It's like there's a bunch of numbers and letters as the subject, which I'm assuming is an anagram for that grant, just in case.
Thank you. Appreciate
Additionally, keep in mind, when
The
you
title
read
doesn't
these
look intuitive.
agreements, when you look at these agreements for state grants, they are boilerplate that they use for a lot of different things. So there may be something on there that doesn't apply to
Okay.
what's here, which is
Right.
the reason you have the communication between
Yeah.
Jeanette to make sure what they are. They're usually, tens of, if not hundreds of pages, or scores of pages,
I also think it's important we all remember that grants are paid by us.
by taxpayers. I think we all do.
So
I
this
think we all
is,
And with,
But they
I'm not
are,
saying
but
that
if,
they're
in order
not-
to do the same thing, we would have to budget it and we would have to
I
pay
know,
it. So
right.
it is our taxpayers, it is taxpayer money that the grants are, but it's taxpayer money that we would have to tax our people for as opposed to the entire state for if otherwise. So I definitely understand that.
the only other thing I could say is another important thing is that you have a good relationship with the grant administrator. So if you're applying for a grant and you get the grant, you have a relationship with the person who's administering the grant, so you understand all of the requirements and so.
It's a
I know she's done
competition.
that.
Come on, if
It
we
is
don't,
very
if we
much
don't
so.
get it, one of the other
Somebody else.
168 towns will, and we're still gonna pay for it. So
Yeah.
it's kind of it's not in our own best interest to have it this way, because everybody's pushing their congressman to get more, even though it's gonna ultimately cost everybody more. But you've gotta have winners up there in Hartford if you want to even come close to getting your share.
It helps to have a champion, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So. All right, next item on the agenda is our consent agenda.
Joe Chris.
Are there any items on the consent agenda that are of issue or concern or need to be removed?
Move to approve the consent agenda?
Any questions, all in favor? Consent agenda passed, which brings us just about right on time to public comment. Bonnie, are you here for public comment?
I actually wanted to hear about the affordable housing.
Ah.
Can I ask a question afterwards if need be?
Not necessary. If you have a question though, please, why don't you say it as part of public comment so we can bring it up and potentially address it when we have something along those
I
lines.
just around on Wednesday, so I wanted
So.
to come.
So,
Welcome.
My name is Bonnie Blake, 64 Beecher Road. When you're doing the affordable housing and going forward, if you would do your best to keep the town apprised of what's going on. People's nerves are raw after the elections, and if anyone's driven down Luciani Street lately and seen what's happened there, that's the same guy who wants to develop Beecher Road. God forbid it ends up looking, I mean, I feel for the people in Luciani, what they've gone through. So, you're also busy. We appreciate you just gone through a really stressful campaign. Congratulations to everyone and thank you for all your efforts, but just keep us advised of what's going on with that project because it feels like it's hanging over everyone's heads. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you. I see no one else for public comment. I will call for it one more time just in case there's somebody at the door. But we will move on with our agenda at this point in time. And we will bring up the updated plan. What I'd like to do as far as this is concerned is just to everyone has gotten a copy of our affordable housing plan. However, a consideration at this point in time is the fact that legislation is up in Hartford today and this week, specifically to make changes to what the HB 5002 was. So far, what's come out on a draft, and there were some drafts that I just saw yesterday, last night, that indicate there could be some significant or substantial changes in terms of what might be required. That includes, in part, the affordable housing plan. There is also something called the housing growth plan that may be integral to what actually gets passed on here, that could make our affordable housing plan moot. So I don't know that there's a lot of reason for us to discuss the affordable housing plan, considering it may not be something that we necessarily use going forward. For us to use a lot of time on it, but I do understand that there are some discussions we might want to have, but I'd like to kind of keep those limited and really keep those in line with just general type things, and then for us to take this up. There's also, on December 4th, there is a session that'll take place where a subject matter expert specifically on housing, but also in regards to, we'll have some very specific information as relates to the new plan, this new legislation that they're looking at, that's also served. It's significant enough to serve as required training for people on TPZ. So there's an hour's worth of training, so I think it's something that's valuable and would be valuable for us to also participate in, and to get some information from that perspective as well.
January 4th?
January 4th. So
Will you send us an...
there is, I'm sorry, no, December 4th, I'm sorry, excuse me, Andrea. December 4th, and it will be held at JCC, and I know that Allison's got a flyer coming out, we just received the details.
Oh, yes, that was an email I got last night, and I will be getting as soon as, tomorrow,
Yeah.
once, the meeting was my priority this morning, but yeah, you guys will be getting that shortly, yes.
Thank you.
The location, I will
As soon as
say,
you said flyer, I was like,
fits
oh, I
about
know
70
that.
people. My own personal feeling is that we could get more than that, so we may look at that, but right now it's one of the rooms of the JCC, the smaller of the two rooms that are available at the JCC is where it's going to be held. It's scheduled right now. So, with that, David, I know you had a question.
If we're talking about the updated affordable housing plan discussion, my first question upon looking at it was maybe moot with some of the new possibilities of legal or changing in regulations, but when will we take the updated thing, and in what form, to the public for their comment? I think that was the thing that we fell down on the last time, because nobody felt like they had a chance to tell us what they thought about the plan, because the plan was 1 million pages long, and it was only given to us an hour before the meeting, so it was kind of impossible to hear.
There's a lot of back and forth in regards to how that plan was designed and whether or not there was public input, and I do know that obviously the people who worked on it felt very strongly that before each section they did do something to allow the public to
Right.
allow for some sort of input. At this point in time, I can tell you, we're going to, the other piece of this that makes this kind of not necessarily the best time for us to discuss this is because we're moving to a housing commission, and we're going to be appointing in late December or early January, we'll be appointing who those members are, and we'll be charging those members with what we need from, whether it's a housing plan or whether it's a growth plan, whatever it is that the state indicates when we feel is in our best interest to do. We get to dictate how that is. We
Yeah.
have more time to do that. State's giving us, it's not an urgent matter like it was last time. So we get to input on how that what happens and how that happens. And I think we will be thoughtful about that, and certainly, from my perspective, I can assure you, we'll do whatever it is that we can do to make sure that there is as much input as possible, that we give the opportunity for there to be input in terms of what we do, which it would include public sessions.
Sure.
Whether it's a public hearing or whether it's the other types of open houses or whatever we do.
And that would be hosted and overseen by us, the Board of Selectmen. and
Public
not-
hearing would be, however, if we have a commission, the commissions do some of their own work.
Of course,
So-
but this
so-
is, as Sheila's brought up in past, this is our plan, that they're charged with helping, taking the lead on writing.
Correct.
But it's ours to approve and
Depending on what
our-
happens, it may be ours.
Yeah,
It
we
may
should-
also be TPZ's.
Well, we should wait on this entire, I mean, the way the draft bill reads, it repeals what's there currently, and there might not need to be any affordable housing plan.
Right.
And it gives municipalities the option to adopt a regional plan.
Yes.
So, in which case, the Regional Council of Governments develops the plan, and we decide to adopt that or not. The date that I saw out there is 2028, so there's a few years of time for those plans to be developed.
So what
Again,
happens
we-
between now and then,
Well, there's-
absent of that?
Sure, I'm just saying tonight, we don't need to figure out the details.
I-
We need to see what comes out and what
That's
passes.
been said, yeah,
Yeah.
I understand.
But between now and then, in the drafts that I saw as well, in that time frame, it was giving other state agencies a chance to gather data for the towns. Like it said, by July 1st, there was a certain amount of data available. By next December, there'd be another set of data available in order to put this together. So that appears to be what's happening if it goes through the way that it's
Right.
been presented.
So in that context and relevant to our agenda item, my question is, what's the status, what's being referred to, if anything, in the interim while this information is determined?
Until such time as we know specifically what we need to do, I can't answer that.
Yeah.
I can't answer that.
So
Because-
to your question, but in reading through the summary
makes
plan
sense.
though, that was my question in relation to the affordable housing plan and also in relation to, the new housing plan makes reference to other statutes in the state and doing away with them and what happens in the interim. Which,
Yeah. I mean,
So
the way-
well, it brings
is
up a lot
this-
of questions.
Is this a functional, like, I understand this is in draft form, so nothing is
Well, the
approved.
existing one is currently being used by TPZ.
And that was another question.
They've
And in
closed the hearing,
POCD,
right, they've closed the hearing on the POCD. I wasn't sure if we were going to have a joint session with them. It sounds as though that may not be possible if they've closed their hearing.
I'm also, yeah.
So my concern here is that this existing document, not the version that's being proposed to be changed right now, because those changes aren't made yet, is what TPZ has to incorporate into the POCD. They've said they're going to incorporate it by reference, but it is very outdated, and as we know, up in Hartford, they're about to outdate it another couple times over. So I'm concerned that we have something here that's quite
I think we'll
not
know that
what should
month.
be the planning document for the town of Woodbridge.
I agree, and I would say, from what I can tell, the states, if this passes, their effective date is January 1, 2026, which repeals the current affordable housing plan requirement, which means that would not be, it would not be a relevant document
So
anymore.
can we take
That-
action
So-
to pull this back from the state as well, the one that's on file right now?
I think it would happen, the way I read, I think we should wait till it passes. We would know at our next meeting what has happened, and if that's effectively been repealed, if there is no more affordable housing plan requirement, then that document, in my mind, becomes moot. But I would look to the state guidance on that once it passes.
Yeah, at this point, the statutes that require the affordable housing plan are still in effect and still apply until, it's still an open question, the legislature approves this proposed version of the bill.
Their
And what
proposed
we're
effective date is
suggesting here
January
is,
1,
we're
2026.
we're not suggesting an action at all.
Yeah.
We're suggesting we wait until next month to have the
I-
discussion, so we have more information by which to guide our discussion.
Are we
So-
able to communicate that to TPZ, though, so that they don't approve
can
a
ask Nick.
POCD?
We could ask them to make sure that they consider, they also, it's happening this week. So they're not meeting until, on the POCD, I believe it's December 4th.
4th or 5th.
Or December 3rd, I think, because it's a Monday.
I'm just concerned that they're a little in the dark, and we've talked about
They can't
having
be,
a joint meeting. Well,
they're
they
not
I
in the
think
dark
they
about
are in
this.
the
clearly
dark
had not
because
listened to our Board of Selectmen public
They
hearings.
didn't even get our
They did not know.
rejection or our feedback.
Oh, they absolutely got a rejection.
Well, then
and our
what did I
feedback.
hear at the hearing? That they said they didn't officially receive it?
They were asking the same questions we
They're not considering
asked.
it, it's as if
They-
it never happened.
They haven't put anything out that reflects it, is what they said, from what I heard on there.
Did you
And
watch the
I did,
meeting?
I
'Cause
did.
so did I, and
I did.
I heard something.
And my understanding is it's very clear they received what we sent them. It's very clear that they received what we
But
sent
they
them.
had not read it.
They
because
have
they-
not acted on it or done anything
Right.
with it, is what they said.
And-
Correct. And they needed to have a public hearing
Right.
before they did anything, because a public hearing could also change that. But that's
Well,
the POCD.
Right, so their public hearing is closed. One of the questions they asked was the same question we asked here, which is, could the TPZ opt to go back to the 2015-2025 Plan of Conservation and Development rather than filing this new version, which they seem to feel they needed more time to work on. So they asked the same question that I had asked here.
Yeah, and
I remember your answer,
my
but they did
answer
not know
hasn't
that.
changed.
Right, they didn't
Wouldn't
know it, though.
change.
They did not know the answer.
Yeah, I mean,
We're
The-
talking about the affordable housing plan right now.
Yeah, but
right?
this is
Which is
reflected
incorporated in
in
the
the
POCD.
POCD, and so
Right.
that's the
old
connection and relevance.
Unless we move to do something tonight to pull it back. I mean, it is on our agenda tonight. I don't know if
It
we're
is, there is
planning
no
on
action as appropriate. We've been very clear in regards to the fact that without action as appropriate, there's no action to be taken.
All right, can we
So-
put it on the December meeting? Because one of the things
It will be
that,
on the December meeting, because
Okay.
that, by then, we'll have,
With
that's
action
the
as
only.
appropriate.
Yes, I mean, that's the whole point.
and I know
It's-
exactly what
you've
it
all
is.
heard both David and I say that the night we did approve this, our intention was not to wait this long before it's done.
No.
He and I are leaving soon. We are not going to be able to act on this if it requires, if we're doing a public hearing, that requires notice. So unless we were to start scheduling right now, that's not going to happen while we're still on the board. So
I would only,
it's disappointing.
it is, and I think that's been one of the real concerns that I've had about the slow walking of our committee on housing in getting this to us, only just that, I mean, fairly recently, when we went through the better part of 2.5 years without looking at it in the previous board, and that, to me, and probably to Sheila, it just seems like we've been dragging our feet and doing nothing when we should have been. But Steve, you mentioned that there was some, I'm not as familiar with the new legislation, but that the possibility that it would become a regional.
Yes.
And personally, I worry about that, because I've seen Scrog's data. It's almost 100% based on the ACS, that survey, which is a more detailed survey than the general census, but its applicability is probably a whole lot better for Scrog because it's a bigger group than it is for us. The breakdown and the criticisms that I've read about the ACS is that the smaller your geographic area and the smaller your population, the much higher is your inaccuracy and the opportunity for as much as 75% error relative to what you're trying to make decisions on. And I felt that, although it's an expense that I don't know how we would ever bear it, that for us as a smaller town, we need our data,
Absolutely.
like we need to know Woodbridge specific data if we're going to make those data-based decisions. And if we can't afford that, then it makes it even more important that our public comment incorporate as much as that, even though public comment is always slanted by the fact that, fear mongering and whatever comes out. We hear all the real complaints. We don't hear about, people don't come to us and say, I'm really satisfied with what you're doing. We've never had anybody get up here and say that. So I just moving, you guys that half of the room there that's reelected, I hope you take into consideration the limitations of Scrog data, because I don't think it's, when I've looked at it, it's incorporated in our current plan, so-called, but it really, whenever I've read it, it just doesn't seem to pass the smell test.
I appreciate
I'm sorry.
that. Yeah,
Go
I
on.
was just saying, from what I've read on it, it gives the proposal as it stands now gives each municipality the authority to choose whether you do your own plan or you opt in to the regional COG plan. So we would have that choice to say we want our own plan and we can develop it, and maybe what we have is the basis of that, and there'll be new parameters for what they call a growth plan as opposed to a affordable housing plan. They've changed some of the language, but I look forward to seeing what they do, and hopefully at our next meeting we have the guidance we need to move forward with this.
And I would just note, for the record, since we're looking at this, the pages 12 and 13, where there's a location analysis, those in particular, I think the public is very interested in what is currently listed. There are many of these items are no longer available, but some of them are, and we have this statement out here that there's an intention, including at the Country Club, Fountain Street, Fitzgerald, et cetera. And I think there's been a lot of discussion, especially during the campaign that recently concluded, that certain things are off limits or certain things won't ever be done, but here they are on paper suggesting that they will be done. So that is where I would have liked the opportunity for this board to weigh in. If we get a chance to talk a little bit more in December, perhaps that's what we can focus on, because I take very seriously the obligation to try to move in a direction, but to do it in a way that is going to fit with the existing character of the town so that people feel welcome and feel like part of the community. So I'm looking forward to more discussion in December, but the clock is ticking.
I appreciate that. And in that same lens, what is not really reflected in this is that concept of smart growth. It's just not here. So I look forward to having those conversations, and I hope we're able to in December so that you can participate.
When you say that, what do I look for in this document?
Yes.
What
do
is?
you know what smart growth is?
Yes, I do. So
Okay.
what are you?
So
I
like
do.
transit-oriented development.
Transit-oriented development, developing already developed areas, doing that in tandem with conserving legally open space. Transit-oriented, not just with mass transit, but walkability to, the, what's the term? Grocery stores, hardware stores, the classification of, God, it came out in COVID, like the stores that didn't shut down.
Just like
Essential
Essential
services,
services,
right.
yeah, things
So
of that nature. I just think that this isn't inclusive, smart growth is not the premise of this approach.
So I hear what Sheila's saying, and the point is well taken, because, those things are all listed here, but I also see the areas listed here where those smart growth things can happen too. So, but again, come December, this could be an entirely different plan altogether, so.
Well,
And the plan does reference transportation areas.
Yeah.
It does reference the business district specifically, and having a range
Right.
of variety of residential options along those lines, which all speaks to smart growth.
Right. And
so
that's
it's,
what I read, so that's why I was just making sure I wasn't missing anything.
To parts of it.
the other piece of this is subsequent to this affordable housing plan, we did have in the strategic plan that there were steps to be taken to start looking at where utilities could be extended, so sewer and water. That's a very big part of what they're talking about up in Hartford. They're talking about being able to fund that from the state level up to 100%. We still need to take the steps here, as David is pointing out. We can't rely on, if we're going to be part of the COG approach, terrific, but the COG is going to look to Woodbridge to have some expertise in Woodbridge and to have determined where would be the best locations to be extending sewer and water. I certainly hope, even if we are going to be in a regional approach, that we're going to be speaking very strongly about where we think we should be locating those extensions, if we're going to be able to get funding for them. And we still don't know what's going to happen in Hartford, but that seemed to be very logical, and we had already had that identified in the strategic plan. But as far as I understand, we haven't made progress in studying where exactly that would be. And I know the SCROG has been trying to
The
determine
SCROG most
that.
definitely has been. And
But, so communicating that in our community, I think it would be very, very helpful, and that's exactly what these pages, 12, 13, 14, 15 in this document should reflect,
Well, the way that I
and
read
don't currently.
Yeah, the way that I read some of the summary documents, and again, this is a sort of living thing, and they're currently debating this, so just because it was in the summary does not mean that this is what's going to be in the final bill that comes out, but that they were removing the fair share stipulation secondary to things like the availability of water and sewer, transportation hubs, future transportation hubs, job sites, et cetera. And so that
Right.
I read that as some of the pressure was off of us to do that, potentially.
But
that we could develop the areas where it was already, but they're
Yeah, and they're taking that carrot approach rather than the carrot and stick approach.
Right.
But, so I would direct you to the General Assembly's website. The OLR bill analysis is online now.
Right.
Just look up, it's HB 8002.
yeah.
So that's a great summary of what's happening, and I think they're trying to get this on the governor's desk by Friday, so
Right.
certainly we'll know soon.
Well, thank you. Bonnie, I did want to, don't mean to address you directly, but your public comment as far as, I agree, and I will work with Christine Sullivan specifically to make sure we understand and we identify and we communicate what's happening as relates to any of the developments in town, but the one that's of question in particular. So we will be getting more information out on that soon. And we'll do that for as long as we're able to do that, or find a way to do what we can. Okay. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is actually a joint meeting, but considering the time, we will move into, if I can get a motion to change the agenda to have our administrative officer do your report, Tony?
Okay. Make the motion to it.
Second.
Amend the agenda.
He's like what he said.
Yeah.
Any discussion, any thoughts? Everybody okay with it? All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you. I have an update for through October 2025. And there are basically three main items I wanted to discuss. The first is, as you're probably all aware, we have a shortfall in our rental income because the Child Center announced they were leaving sort of the latter half of the budget process when it was too late for us to sort of really take any action on that. So we have a shortfall there. The police department, we're currently calculating the retroactive pay for the police department. And we've already updated payroll for the new rates, and we are just calculating the back rates, which goes back to 23, 24, 24, 25, and first few months of this year. So it's a quite a task to do that, as Karen has done it in the past, so she knows. So
Does that mean if you aren't on the force anymore and you earn something?
You don't get it. You have to be on payroll as of the signing of the contract to get retroactive pay.
What if you died in the meantime? Is there survivor benefits?
No.
Okay, cool.
It works on the other side too, David. And
Yeah, I get it.
In terms of some people stay, we may lose people after this as well. Sometimes that happens as well.
Yeah.
So we're currently doing that. So really, and there's a number of factors which will determine how much of this the police budget can actually cover. One is the timing of the hiring of a deputy chief, because that's currently vacant, and the positions that they certainly have vacant. So there's a number of vacant positions, and so this will all factor into, as the year goes on, we'll identify how much we would need to contribute to offset those expenses to their budget. Because their budget did not include any increases, we had increased our contingency to account for that, and so I will update you as the year goes on that issue. The Amity Regional School District is reporting an estimated $305,000 reduction from our March payment from their district operations 2024-25. That's an unaudited number, or their financials have not been audited, so that could change slightly. But that just gives you a general idea of the reduction we will be seeing to their March 2026 payments.
And those payments, or those reductions,
So at the beginning of the year, they give us a schedule. It's like
Yeah.
12 monthly payments.
Sure.
And based on their budget, it's basically their budget spread out over 12 months. And then and we pay them the first of a business day of every month. They make their reduction to the March payment of $305,000.
Right.
So that'll be that much less, therefore creating a surplus of that budget line.
and I'm assuming that the reductions that accrue to Bethany and Orange are related to their census like ours is? Is that the way it works?
It works based on your percentage of the budget. You know, that's the same way it's calculated. Is that your question, I think, right?
Yeah, it's
based
So then,
calculated,
yes, so then we should be, yeah.
as you know, it's calculated on what I think is a stupid process.
Don't remind him.
So I won't go into that again.
You don't say.
For the benefit of all concerned. But I'm assuming the same
Surplus is calculated the same way.
ill-fated kind of calculation
Yes.
is coming back to us, which would probably
Which is
favor
better.
us.
Yes.
It does
Favors
favor us.
It's like,
Yes.
we're getting something like 300,000 and they're getting like 60 cents or whatever it is.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yes.
Tony, can I ask about in the charge for services, with regard to the transfer station,
Yes.
looking at those fees and then looking at a way to ensure that the people who are using our transfer station are our residents that are supposed to be. What are our options for putting that into service for the next budget year? Either
Putting
an
what into
increase in the fees or to make sure that, because we're paying for all the trash that goes into that transfer station and making sure that that's not coming from people that are just out of town and.
So there's a number of decisions that you would, so currently, we charge the haulers per ton fee to dispose of garbage in the transfer station. So, but we do not charge people who come to the transfer station. It's called pay-as-you-throw.
Right,
A lot
but
of
how do we
places
make
do
sure,
that.
right, but
So
how do we
that's
make sure
one
there are
decision you
people?
would have to,
Well, we're
Lot
supposed
of
to
people-
put
A lot of people
tags on
going
our
away
cars.
from.
yeah, and you're supposed to have
Pay-as-you-throw.
a tag.
Right, who
on your
checks
car.
those to make sure who's coming?
They should be
from
checking them at the,
And they do too, so they do, in
at
terms
the,
of,
Yeah.
And they also know.
they've been
They
very,
They
they've been there for a
know
while.
The people who go there, go there.
Culture of Woodbridge over there.
Yeah.
It was,
They know each.
It's
for
an
the most part, it was
important
the
bit
haulers
of
that
our
were bringing
Yeah.
trash because we weren't charging the haulers. Now that we put the scale in,
Right.
and we're charging as much as other places, they're not bringing someone else's trash here. That was the main.
right, that was the main reason, right?
And we dropped down as soon as we put that in,
Mm-hmm.
so we know.
We're probably a little behind on that based on our fees that are going up.
Yeah,
So we have to examine our rate and how much we actually charge.
Right.
that's in a budget item, Maria. Along the lines of what you're saying is, there is a lot of the others, I won't even say most, a lot of the other transfer stations do charge an annual fee for a permit. And you have to have it affixed, and if you don't have it affixed, you don't
Right.
get to go in there, period, end of story. In our case, it's I think the continuity of the gentlemen who are there are such that they've really gotten used to who goes and who doesn't. But I've been there when I've seen them turn people away. So I do know that they do monitor it to some degree.
And
But
then the pay-as-you-throw program that we had considered in the past, a lot of towns are moving away from that now. I don't know if you saw in the news about Middletown. They just found that those numbers were not adding up for them.
And depending on what they do, I know Guilford and Madison joined together in terms of theirs, and they just moved to a
Right.
pay to throw.
They did.
And after having tried it a couple of years ago, or a year or two ago, and they're moving to pay to throw.
And is that based on
You buy the bag.
You buy the bags.
bag?
And you only can throw away something in those bags.
You buy a sticker for the bags, and you have to actually put it on the bag. And so you buy those in advance.
I didn't know about the sticker, but I did know
Well,
about
in
the
some
can.
places
Yeah.
that
Yep.
I've been, you
There's
could get
a-
a large bag and you buy 10 stickers and they all cost $10 or whatever, and every time you throw a bag of trash away, you make sure that it's a full bag, and,
This is an
There is a-
approach countries, towns, whatever, use to reduce waste. It's an
Yes.
environmental
Correct.
initiative more than anything.
And
correct.
we worked with a company, who said that they would apply for a grant for us to do food scrap waste on a throw-as-you-pay basis. When you do a throw-as-you-pay basis, you don't only do it for food scraps. You do it for, so we were awarded over $200,000 to evaluate whether or not this will work for our town. So that's something that we're looking at. It's something that we will be engaged in. The first part of this, obviously, the initial part of this is residential information, going out to the community, let them know what we're trying to do, and educating them in terms of what it means and what it could be. But towns like Kent and what was the other one? There were a couple of towns that really are close to our profile, whose waste went down considerably, as did their costs, as did their expenses, as a result of moving to a pay-as-you-throw program with food scraps being part of it. So,
I think the people will need to see the financial benefit in that, because the complaints of our tax base and not having trash service in the way
we agree. That's what and that's
that's-
exactly the challenge we've outlined to them in terms of,
And I get it.
what we, but
I would
to
feel
not
that
do
way
the evaluation says we don't want to even consider what could be a benefit to not only the environment, but to the town, from a financial standpoint.
well, at least at that point, the cost of what you're doing in your waste service is related to what people are using.
Correct.
Rather than, paid for service is
And keep in mind,
another tax, but it's
50% of the people who are going to transfer station and, really don't pay for disposal. 50% of the people seem
Right,
to
use a hauler.
are using hauler.
haulers, yeah.
So
Pay a
it's,
hauler.
but we recognize the value in terms of, from my perspective, I use a transfer station, and I know how people feel about that. So, yeah, it's something we were very clear and very, very specific in making sure they understood, and telling them that we really need to do a heck of a job in terms of the benefit of this in order for that to be the case.
We won't be able to have an election if we go to that, though.
I will tell you the other issue that we face is,
But we'd have to pay to go.
for a time, particularly when we had our recycling separated, we used to actually get I remember $16, $20 a ton for our recycling. And now we're paying probably 75, almost $80 a ton. So at some point, that recycling is gonna actually cost more than
That'll be a
the
problem.
waste.
That'll be
Well, can't we, we're on a different agenda discussion probably right now, but
Yeah.
couldn't we go back to the old ways?
The state has single stream recycling,
Okay.
No, we can't, yeah.
but we can't.
Okay.
Thought-
But you're
But we
right,
can
we're
certainly
off
talk about
topic a
this
little
at some
bit.
point, but
It's definitely a budget topic.
Yeah.
You-
Yeah.
You're
Very
gonna
much
talk
so,
about it in
budget topic.
January.
Yep.
You guys will have fun with it.
Yeah. All the things we're gonna miss,
Tony?
David.
Onward?
that's it.
Onward, okay.
Onward, yeah.
Popcorn.
When you're considering that, I'll be asleep, just so you know.
10 o'clock.
Funding requests?
There are none. We have two bid waivers here. One is a sole source and one is a state contract. First is a sole source, which we do every year, and Warren has outlined in a memo the product that he likes to use for our roads. It's a salt product, and it's now called Blizzard Wizard.
I love it.
It used to be called Ice Be Gone, now it's Blizzard Wizard. And so I wanted Warren to just indicate why he feels this product is superior to the others. He indicates in his memo, and I've talked with him about this, about how it works in lower temperatures than most other ice products. So that's the first request.
Make a motion to approve the bid waiver request for the treated salt.
Second.
Any thoughts, any discussions, any questions?
Salt is so damaging. Has Warren ever looked at more
He's looked at,
environmentally friendly options and,
we've talked briefly about it, but nothing significant.
I'll bring it.
I've had just conversations with him in regards to that as well, and the sense is he feels rather strongly that the performance is just not there.
Right,
And from a safety perspective, he's concerned about that.
Okay.
particularly in some of the northern areas where.
Correct, the hills.
The hills, yeah.
Probably only takes one big crash to make up all the environmental
Right.
positives when you
Right.
spoil it. Put
So,
a ton
but-
of gasoline.
But it's
in oil.
something that we should bring up periodically, because, and we should also stay and consider, see if we can identify anything that's coming up. I don't think he's proactively looking for anything.
Right,
So I
correct.
think it's something
We
that
couldn't bring it to his attention.
Right, we'd have to bring to his attention. So, no more questions, all in favor? Motion carries. Next one, Tony?
The second is to finally use a Valley Communications on state contract to outfit this room with audio and video equipment. There's a executive summary, which would be a wall-mounted display, and then a monitor here for the board to look at, and both a hardwire and a wireless way to connect to it, amongst other features. Feel free to chime in if you want to. Karen
Better
and
sound,
Allison
the
were.
whole- There's a whole
Yeah.
bunch of, that way when you guys or anyone's WebExing in, you can see the person in front of you and not have to look backwards.
I've heard from members of the public that it's very hard for people sitting in the audience
hear.
to hear public comment. Will any of this address that?
Yeah, and they
Okay.
improved the speaker, yep, and then also going forward too with the hearing, there's other things, but they improved the sound system of the speakers.
There's options to upgrade so that if somebody has earbuds, that they can use their
Right.
earbuds, they can connect and,
For hearing impaired.
for the hearing impaired, things of that nature, so people can hear better, but yes, it's, and they'll integrate, they've identified the equipment that's
We
here.
figured something out with the speakers, why the sound wasn't going all the way to the, I can't remember what, but it will be improved.
The hearing impaired feature apparently is a game-changing technology that's coming out shortly. And so we have not included it here, but we hope to include that in the future.
Yeah, they recommended us to wait on that for this feature.
The monitor will be on a cart, this monitor here will be on a cart, so it can be moved. Did they make it bigger?
Yes, they did.
Good.
They increased it.
Good.
From 55 to, yeah.
Oh geez, that's big.
I'll make a motion to approve the bid waiver request for the meeting room technology upgrade.
Second.
Any questions, any thoughts?
So the old cart was just here to annoy Nick and I? That was the whole point.
I know, now you're leaving, it won't be there anymore. You'll have to be blinded. So blinded like speaker.
I've got like PTSD now. I look back too.
All in favor? Motion carries.
It's our goal to have these is in place by the budget meetings.
Oh, wonderful.
And they understand, it is ambitious.
It's ambitious,
too,
yes.
Because they
That's our
they
goal.
also,
I
they
see
also
that
work during
tariff
the
thing in the
holidays,
top
so.
line there, so I don't know.
So.
Good luck.
With that, I think we will recess until such time as we come and we meet with the, for 7 o'clock, please. Nick, are we okay? Thank you. Move on with our agenda at this point in time.
In our zeitgeist.
Excuse me. Our next item on the agenda is a joint meeting with our Board of Finance. And the members of the board who are able to attend this evening are here. So with that, I'll ask Chair Donovan Lofters if you would open up your meeting and we can begin our discussions.
Thank you, Mika. I'll call to order the Board of Finance meeting, joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen, November 12th, 7 p.m.
Thank you. First item on the agenda from our perspective is the Warner Elderly Housing Lucy Street update. The Board of Finance, the Board of Selectmen, we've been discussing this in the past. And basically, this is the complex, the elderly complex that is located at Lucy Street. We have for probably just before our term started, the owner made it clear that he's looking to leave the lease and assign the lease to someone else. We've been through a situation where the prospective buyer, we identified issues that we didn't feel comfortable with, so that was not done. Since then, he's been speaking with other potential organizations to take over the lease. He's identified and has entered into a letter of interest. It's a letter of interest with New Samaritan from North Haven. And as such, they've been working with CHAFA specifically to see exactly what kind of arrangements can be made. I've been working with, obviously, the owner and the tenants and CHAFA and New Samaritan since they've entered the picture. New Samaritan is a nonprofit who specializes in this type of housing, elderly housing like this. They particularly specialize in affordable elderly housing. And there's an opportunity for them to take this. If they do, one of the components of what that would entail is for all of the units. Only 6 of the 30 units are currently deeded as affordable. All of the units are under market rate, and the mortgage is held by CHAFA, which means they currently all go toward our affordable housing stock. The complex has, as a result of the owner kind of retaining a lower than market rate for rentals, maintenance has been deferred significantly. So the complex is in need of upgrades. This also offers us an opportunity from working with CHAFA and working with the New Samaritan folks, an opportunity to rearrange or revise the existing arrangements so as to be able to secure a significant influx of capital through some of the programs that CHAFA offers. One of the things that also goes along with that is when we're with New Samaritan and groups like New Samaritan, Nick can certainly comment on a similar situation down in New Canaan. The town offers the new owner, the new nonprofit, a tax relief benefit as a result of them taking over and maintaining the affordable aspect of the housing that's in that location. So to that end, there's 2 things that are required. Obviously, there's a number of things that are required, but 2 things in particular that are required is an ordinance on our part for that tax relief, and as well as an agreement with the entity, the organization New Samaritan. So most of that information should be in your packets. And at this point in time, I just want, and I should also indicate, obviously, the reason for the joint meeting here is so to make sure that the Board of Finance is aware of some of these things, because they do include, obviously, budget items and dollars that are associated here. And in some of these items, we very much welcome your input. In all of these items, we welcome your input, but we also, in some cases, would very much welcome your assistance in terms of the directions we go and what we do. So to that end, is there any questions in regards to what we're doing and what's happening that Nick might be able to answer as relates to the Warner Elderly Housing on Lucy Street?
Do we know how the the current tax revenue versus the, I guess it's the 6.5%?
It doesn't need to be 6.5%, so I'll just jump in and just clarify a couple things. I mean, Mika laid out the groundwork completely accurately. So what state law allows is to provide a tax incentive, tax relief to an entity that's building 100% affordable units, affordable means, housing that's receiving any sort of state or federal monies based on some program where incomes are restricted. It's very broadly defined. But the housing, the proposed housing would have to be used for 100% for those purposes. Number one, if it is used for those purposes and a town is interested in granting some sort of tax relief, and it's very broad. I mean, that 6.5% comes from an example that we implemented that worked in New Canaan for a similar type of developer in New Canaan. Here, New Samaritan is an entity that has some experience doing these types of developments, and they need to make it economically feasible for them. So similarly in New Canaan, the town partnered with its housing authority and a local nonprofit organization, Canaan Parish, to do something very similar here. It was a ground lease with the town. They said, look, we can build a brand new 100% affordable complex that goes through your town with the town's buy-in. It went through zoning, it went through all the boards and commissions, and ultimately part of that approval process was, okay, in order to make this work, what are I'm speaking on as like the developer here, what are we need to project out what our expenses are going to be so that we can get the finances that we need up front and to make this project happen. So how can we forecast what our future expenses are going to be with respect to the municipality? That's namely taxes. So to finally answer the question, in New Canaan, what was agreeable to everyone at the end of the day was, okay, instead of paying taxes based on what that big housing property is assessed at value-wise, market value-wise, you're going to be making a payment in lieu of taxes of 6.5% of your annual gross revenues. Right, and so those numbers were fully calculated and broken out and fully understood before that 6.5% was agreed upon by, in New Canaan, it was, I think, Board of Selectmen, and the town council, their legislative body, needed to approve it. So there's flexibility is what it comes down to. There's a broader ordinance that effectively says, it points to the state law that I'm describing that allows this type of tax relief for only this type of property. And the relief can only be used to effectuate this type of affordability, keeping the rents where they are, building out the actual structures to house these folks. Those are the limitations. So the ordinance would say, and the ordinance would fall to the Board of Selectmen to approve, the ordinance would say, pursuant to this narrow statute, we are authorizing the potential for the town to enter into this sort of tax relief arrangement with a potential incoming developer. It doesn't set anything like says that now there's a right to this. It literally just says this is a potential option that the town will consider if a developer comes in with a written request. Hey, you have this ordinance in place. We're going to be doing 100% affordable development. Can you give us some sort of tax break under this? Can we talk about it? That's practically what the process would look like for someone to come in who wants to take advantage of this new potential tax benefit. But the ordinance is crafted in a way that it would flow. I mean, it's solely at the discretion and subject to the negotiations of the Board of Selectmen. We could think about if we want to layer on top of that specifically a Board of Finance review or, you know, approval with the approval of the Board of Finance. I mean, we could think about that more, but conceptually, it would go ordinance enables this type of an agreement, which can be negotiated in parallel if we wanted to, you know, if there was an inclination to move fairly quickly. You know, we could set the motions to get a public hearing on the proposed ordinance, and then there can be in parallel discussions with New Samaritan along those sort of numbers, lines, what are the implications here, and craft an outline of what an agreement would actually look like.
So this, I think this parcel delivers about 30 some odd thousand in tax revenue, right, Tony, somewhere in that? So the get,
38. Around.
about 38?
Yeah.
So the get, right, off of the gross would need to be less than that, right?
Right.
Basically, so I don't know what size, you know, gap they're trying to fill. I just wonder if this is really, if there's enough there.
Well, we looked at it previously, as you're talking, just the difference between what it will be if we were to go this route versus what it is right now, Scott?
Well, I mean, so they're gaining $38,000 in tax relief, right?
No, they still pay,
I thought we were swapping at, my understanding was we were exchanging their property taxes for revenue, a share of their revenue.
yes, so in terms of what you're calling it, in terms of, we would still be collecting revenue from them.
Right.
It would be related more toward their rental income, if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
as opposed to their
And
property.
what is that? What is their revenue?
Um,
I don't know how we can engage in this meeting.
We discussed that before, and we gave those numbers before. It was about 40,000, and it goes down to about 32,000. But when we've discussed it internal, amongst the Board of Selectmen, that was information that we discussed.
So this is
Do you have that
bridging
by
the
any
gap
chance?
between, because
Yeah.
they're assessed at market value.
Another Marcia.
When the assessor looks at that property, the assessor is looking at it from a market value point of view.
Correct.
But really, they're renting 100% affordable units.
Right.
So this would bridge that gap because they're being assessed on something and they're not using the property at that assessed,
They're not renting the units out as market
as
rate
market
units.
value, but it's assessed at market value. So this really comes and bridges that gap a little bit.
Nick, can I ask, it seems like in maybe 1990 or whenever this originally came to be, that the landlord received an abatement for 2 years when the complex was being constructed. So I guess I'm struggling to understand the need for this ordinance if on a case-by-case basis, we can work with developers or landowners to help incentivize based on the needs at hand. This was done in the 90s at this particular site. Why do we need this type of infrastructure?
I have no idea what the statutes looked like back in the 90s, but I know what they look like now.
Okay, let's follow up. Has section 8-215 been updated since 1990?
Help me understand your question in terms of what you're
I guess
saying.
I'm wondering what if in the past we were able to help the, I guess, landlord
Right,
at Lucy Street
Right.
with a 2-year abatement,
Okay.
absent of an ordinance.
right.
Why do we need this?
Well, that might have been when they were constructing the property. Like they couldn't collect rents while they were constructing the property. Maybe that had something to do with. And I'm just
Yeah.
throwing
But
that out
this
there.
applies,
If you-
right, to new developers too? This
I don't.
ordinance.
I'm not
Could.
familiar with that.
Sure, good.
So,
If the board approves moving forward with them,
all right, Nick.
But then it's the Board of Selectmen that chooses to go into a contract or not, and we could say no to anyone who applies.
Correct.
We still have the capability to do that.
that's right.
So, Nick, help me to understand, the way I read this is it's in regard to the owner of real property. Are we not the owner of this real property? This is
No.
owned by us.
No,
What
we're
real
not the
land.
owner
We
of
don't
the
own
building.
the building.
So the leasee, so this would apply even to the leasee or whoever owns the building? Because that could be different, correct?
Yes. It applies to who would be, I mean, if they own the entirety of the property, then it's the property owner. If they're in a ground lease situation with the municipality, which is not, common, but here's an example of it, then yes, they would be subject to taxes. So the law allows for the town to implement this relief option.
Okay. And if I can just ask one more question, and then I'll stop hogging the mic for now. What was it? Go ahead, I can hear you. Yes, of course, I'll get my question back.
What will it entail for the current housing situation, although it's below market value, to become affordable housing, which it sounds like are two different things? Or is it already currently 100% affordable housing?
It's all current, I mean.
So it all meets that threshold already? Okay.
Yes.
And then is it possible to structure the, I guess the tax relief to be temporary until some of the deferred maintenance costs are,
Yes.
have been.
The amount of the term, the duration of the relief, how much you could stagger it.
Yeah.
If there's a new development, you could give them a little bit more relief up front during the construction phase and then, titrate it down afterwards. I mean, there's a few different ways that we've implemented it.
Understood. Do we have an idea of those expenses? I know that I didn't
deferred
see the
maintenance
exhibit.
expenses?
Yeah.
Which expensive,
The
Christine?
deferred maintenance expenses?
Yes, we do. There
Okay.
was part of what CHAFA did was a capital needs assessment
Okay.
as part of this. And part of that capital needs assessment, the results of that capital needs assessment was between about $1.8 million worth of work that was required here. One of the, and as I say, one of the more significant benefits of working with a nonprofit like this is very specifically that they're familiar with and have worked with CHAFA on programs like this so that we extend the lease. There's a number of things that happen in terms of everyone involved, extending the lease and extending the mortgage, and in return, CHAFA in the state provide the capital that's required to do some of the work that we're describing here.
Okay.
So
then this makes up the difference? Is that what we're trying to make up some of that 1.8 million? Or?
no, this is the arrangement in terms of the tax abatement. Is that what you're referring to, Scott?
Well, I mean, what I heard was we have there's $1.8 million worth of
Work that's
improvements that are
required.
required, right?
Mhm.
And we have a parcel that does about $38,000 a year in tax revenue to the town.
Mhm.
And what we're saying is we're going to offset some of that because we'll get some back in this gross revenue equation, right?
Mhm.
So the actual savings to them isn't nowhere near the 1.8 million,
Oh, no.
right? So
Correct.
they're getting some of that from CHAP.
In reality, the tax abatement, the way that it was explained to me by New Samaritan, and the reason they entered that is more for them to be able to continue to maintain. The capital is really a program. That's really them, us working, everyone working with CHAFA
Right.
to come up with a plan that will create the capital that's necessary. And that's kind of a standalone. It's a tax credit program that I don't remember the name on. The tax abatement really works toward helping them maintain the lower rents
Right.
in terms of that. So
Okay.
capital will happen regardless but the issue becomes the capital investment can happen regardless, but the issue becomes can New Samaritan or can the nonprofit afford, without the tax credit, can they afford to take over the property?
Right.
You know what I mean? Knowing that and keep the rents consistent with what the folks have been paying and without increasing the rents significantly.
Okay.
So,
And has that been verified?
has what been
Like,
verified.
can they afford to do it absent of this?
Well, they're coming to us saying, if we can do this, we can move forward with this deal. Yes. So, yes.
So you've seen numbers and you know their bank statements and that this is critical to the success in light of that?
I've not seen their numbers, I've not seen their bank statements, but they're indicating that it's critical to their success, yes.
But they have a mortgage, the mortgage would be through Chafa, so the mortgage
Correct.
company would start
Correct.
vetting that, because they're not gonna allow
Correct.
someone
The
to take
mortgage
over their mortgage.
company isn't paying attention to this.
They are very
No,
much
they're
paying attention to
It
this.
goes to, they're not paying attention to this, but it's going towards your question of, can they take over that property and maintain that property? Do they have the resources to do that?
Yeah, but, okay, I understand that, and that they may also have the resources, absent of the abatement, to invest in some of the maintenance, the overdue maintenance. I
But
don't
this
know-
is about
I don't know.
maintaining rents, is
Yes.
what I just heard.
Yes,
Right.
it is.
Right.
So
In-
we've got,
But because
38
of the cost of maintenance.
right,
No, it's not because of the cost of maintenance, it's because of the rents, I'm sorry. I'm not seeing how the maintenance plays into what you're saying.
So,
Okay.
so the idea of they would save, is it something on the order of 30,000 a year in taxes? When you take 6.5 of the gross revenue, is that about? I don't,
I don't know.
I would,
haven't
I would
seen
think
that.
Let's-
it's more than that.
Again, the number that Nick used was a
Yeah.
number for,
6.5 was the number
Was it-
from New Canaan.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So, but at any rate, it's a dollar amount per year that they're gonna save and put into proper maintenance that should have been done all along.
Their continued maintenance,
The-
as normal landlords should be doing. correct.
Right. So, and that makes it possible for them to keep the rents down where they
Yeah,
need them
so
to
there's the
stay.
connection.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean,
isn't I don't understand how that differs from what I was saying.
it doesn't take care of the outstanding
Yeah.
money. So that 1.1 million,
Right,
whatever it
that's-
is.
1.8.
Separate,
But the impact to the town, I guess, is really, I mean, I know our concern is also making sure that a deal happens and the people who are living there continue to be able to live there and the place doesn't fall apart around them, but what's the impact to our budget? I guess that was kind of the piece, and Tony wasn't here last time we talked about this, so do you have a sense of how much impact this has on our budget?
I don't know the 6%, that figure, that part.
We don't know what the revenue is,
Right.
and we
I
don't know
what
the
revenue
percentage,
is.
right? So
Yeah.
the net impact of the town is really unclear.
It's unclear until
But
you
it's
find that
somewhere
out,
between
right?
0 and 38,000.
Right.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah,
You're
so
absolutely right.
let's say it's 12, right? Then it's $1,000 a month benefit to this new owner divided by 30 units. Okay, if you were to say it goes, so
Yep.
it's,
I hope he has a
it's,
budget.
is it
table
really
or
gonna
anything
make
to
an
that.
impact? I guess, is it gonna impact the town budget? Probably not, right? Like when you look at the actual, somewhere between 0 and 38. But is it really gonna make a difference on the rents if that's the intention? Or, I don't know.
Or enough to take care of the property. The property is still going to be aging even after
Right.
they
Right.
get the,
One of the reasons that
renovations.
they're in the situation they are is very specifically because at least this is based on my conversations, based on what the landlord has said specifically, is that he has his philosophy, strategy, whatever you want to call it, is keep the rents low, keep people in there so you don't have a lot of turnover.
Mm-hmm.
As a result of that, doing that, he's not had the money to do maintenance, regular maintenance. And as a result, they're in the situation that they are.
Right.
So, one of the things that you have to make sure, if you're gonna keep the rents low, he's tried to do it, he couldn't do it. So, this will help the new owner put them in a better position to make sure that that happens, so you don't end up finding yourself in the same situation in 30 years.
Right.
And this company, this is a nonprofit, and this is what they do. They're not a for-profit developer. Landlord.
New Samaritan.
New Samaritan.
They're out of North Haven.
And then this gives us a framework, but not a requirement for other affordable
Correct.
housing in the area, right?
Correct.
But would be subject to this type of a decision.
Correct. And what we need to do is, we'll talk to the assessor, we'll talk, the New Samaritan representative, Kelly McDermott is her name. She's not been available for a while. I haven't talked to her probably in 3 weeks to a month. So when I get in touch with her, have her give us the information, have Tony give the information to Tony and to Marcia, so we can assess very specifically what the implication is from a dollar standpoint. At one point in time, we were talking about $10 to $12,000 less in terms of what we're collecting now, but in terms of what Nick put on the, what I saw just recently when on the ordinance or on the contract or on the ordinance, it's a lot less than that, 6%, because I know the rents
But
I've seen the rents currently, and they're somewhere between $1,100 and $1,300.
Right, so that's what, that was,
So
when
times
it would be
30.
a wash,
I
right?
can,
Like,
I can
that-
tell you this much, if you remove the entire tax bill off, it's 0.03 mils
Mhm.
that would be added.
Right.
And that's that 38.
But this is, and
the
the
current
thing to keep
38.
in mind
Yeah,
as a
correct.
group is this is the
Correct,
first of a number of tax relief type
That's the
programs we're
most
looking
it
at,
would
so
impact.
there's a lot to consider here. That's for this piece of it,
Yeah.
which is the reason we wanted to do this collectively.
So Mika, you mentioned the ordinance. So the ordinance piece is obviously separate from any agreement that gets worked out after the ordinance is in place. But the ordinance itself doesn't specify a dollar amount,
Correct.
right? It's just, okay.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
and I think it was, I guess it's Nick's memo about this rather than the ordinance itself that had the 6.5?
Mhm.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that's all to be determined. So the fastest this could possibly go is to be as an ordinance enacted sometime in January. And-
Yeah, there's not an urgency associated with this one to the degree there might be on some of the others. But
Right.
but we have time in terms of considering this. This is more bringing everybody up to speed. We're making progress. I will say, in the initial conversations that I started on this over a year ago with Chaffa and the owner, at that time, they were saying that it could be 2 or 3 years before we get to this point. So the fact that we are at this point right now shows that we've got all three parties who are working with us on this are all actively engaged and interested in moving this forward quickly. And that's something that we should take advantage of, but that doesn't mean we have to do it today or, immediately at all. So I definitely have to have additional conversations. They have to reach out. One of the other things to consider here, and it's a very important element of what we need to consider, is if it becomes affordable, there are income restrictions associated with it. You have to identify what those incomes are and how those income restrictions or income limits impact the existing. We can't do that. We have no part in that. The New Samaritan will ask for voluntary information from the tenants themselves to determine exactly if there's any issues with that. So we've communicated very clearly to them, the last thing we're looking to do is have people have to move. It's not the intent here. The intent here is to have everyone benefit from this particular arrangement, and there is real potential for that to be the case.
So, Mika, just so I understand, the documents in our packet, we've got a draft proposed ordinance for tax abatement. Is that the one that pertains to this? It's in a
Yes.
different folder? Okay.
Yes, it's outside of the folder.
Okay.
Yes, it's
All
by
right.
itself,
Yeah.
just so you know.
So that's, the purpose of that is if we start the ball rolling on that, and we can act tonight to set a public hearing, or we're going
We
to
can.
wait, or?
We can't, the Board of Selectmen can.
Right.
And that'll give us, for our December meeting, in which case we can potentially act on that at that point.
And that's simply
Will
to set up
probably
the
depend-
ability to do a deal.
Correct.
It doesn't
We
make the
can-
deal, and the implication that, on the budget is all, you're gonna have time during the actual budget process in January, which I
Correct.
just keep referring to, because David and I won't be here for it. So that's all to be determined later, just setting forward the motion to get the ordinance going just doesn't have any dollar impact right now.
That is correct. Mhm.
And the risk to us is, I'm sure Chaffa's gonna do their own underwriting to the question, so I don't think that's a
It's in
risk
their
to
best
us.
interest to make sure that the buyer is credible, so.
Mika, I recall that one of the discussions was that just having this as an ordinance, giving us this possibility for future potential developers coming in, it might be an attraction
Right.
that would get us more inquiries,
For
more
affordable homes.
more opportunities
Right.
to do this kind of thing, whether or not we decided to go with the contract for them.
Correct.
We didn't, but it was just, people would know that, oh, maybe Woodbridge will give us a contract, so that would get them in the door, or
Get the inquiries up. You're absolutely right.
bring the inquiries up, which now are pretty much zero.
Correct.
But is that the case only with, Nick had said this is for properties that are 100% affordable?
Mhm.
Is it the case that properties, like individual units that are affordable could fall under this ordinance, or not the way written?
Not the way it's written right now.
Attorney's not here,
So-
but-
he's not here.
Yeah.
We can, when he
Okay.
returns, we can ask him that question
Okay,
specifically.
because if it's the case that we don't want to attract another building that's 100% affordable, because
need
we want to
something else.
kind of blend it into the community more,
Or put it
then
in.
this is not the bill for that, or the ordinance for that.
But it would help with the 100% affordable. But for example, a complex like Lascana in Orange.
Mhm.
So. All right, any other questions?
Are we discussing the draft agreement or no?
Yes.
Just the ordinance?
No, we're discussing.
So I noticed the draft agreement is all about completion of the maintenance
Mhm.
versus we were talking about this would be applied to lower rents, right?
Say again?
It would be, the intention here is to maintain low rents. And the agreement is written that this is to be used for maintenance.
The agreement is written with maintenance in mind, yes. I'm not sure I'm understanding completely, Scott.
So it basically, the terms and conditions, right, get into completion of deferred maintenance is one of the terms and
Mhm.
conditions. But we just said it would be used to maintain, keep rents at a certain level.
But we
So-
want to, we also want to make sure if we go into an agreement that they don't use the money for something else.
Right, and that's what I'm
So,
trying to say, what
yeah.
they are using, this is written that they would put it into
Exactly.
maintenance.
Correct.
And not into rent.
Into the, correct. Well, yes, into the complex.
But I think it's required to maintain the low rent to keep their mortgage, as I understood.
They do.
How it was explained.
This is what I'm struggling with, because it's in the existing lease agreement, Article 7, that the building be maintained and, to whatever standards. It wasn't, nobody enforced it, I don't know what happened there.
What does it say about what does it say about the standards? He is maintaining the building,
It's on page 19 of the lease.
and he is maintaining the building. Not to the standards that I would,
I mean, if we're doing this program to help ensure that the building is maintained adequately, because it's not now, in order to keep the rent stable in light of the maintenance required, then I would argue, Mika, that it has not been maintained.
it hasn't
to the
been
level
maintained
that
to
it
the.
should be.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you on that, but it doesn't specify in there that, I'm not aware of any particular component there that says if he doesn't fix the washing machine in a particular amount of time, that there's a problem and we can act on it. And even though we feel that the maintenance could be so much better than it is, as compared to some other structures and other buildings when it comes to this type of thing.
So I think when you're leasing property with washing machines, you have to keep the washing machines in a state of repair. That's like,
He has two, and one of them's generally always down.
but,
He meant the bare minimum, I'll put it that way. I
Thank you.
tried with
Right.
having, Mike Margansky went down there looking at blight, fixing the windows. He fixed everything that we could get, remember, Tony?
The
And
bare
it's still
minimum
just the bare minimum.
to
that was-
state laws, like
Well, I don't know.
housing law?
He did his best, he seemed to qualify
Has it been inspected?
We don't have,
with that
Yeah.
lease. The
Good
lease.
For violations?
Who
Has it been
Yes.
inspects and who's responsible for?
The fire marshal goes down there, I know that, and there's a,
So,
it's
you
livable,
can
I'll put it
petition
that
the
way. It's
state.
just
We
not-
do not have a rental, we don't have a housing authority, we don't have a
Right.
rental authority, We don't have a group that either monitors and/or enforces issues that
Fine
occur.
carpeting, for example, what do
So,
you call
correct.
that? It all
Correct.
should be replaced, but it's adequate. It's awful, but it's adequate.
But,
It's
I mean,
I
in
guess
other
what I-
locations, there are requirements that there is an appealing ceiling, that the faucets are working properly, that the washing machines and dryers are working, and the lighting is proper. So, I mean, it does seem, and perhaps, and maybe when the attorney's back in the room, we can ask him this. So the lease itself, if it's going to be changing hands, I wonder if there's an opportunity to strengthen some of the provisions in the lease, so that bare minimum is not unlivable. One washing machine for X number of units doesn't seem appropriate at all. So is there a possibility to strengthen the lease? And is this potential agreement that, we're only seeing a draft of for this abatement, is that a rider on the lease? Is that something that goes along with the lease so that we have enforcement ability?
Yeah, that's definitely a legal question, because who knows if
It
you
is.
can revisit
I know.
a lease. I don't know.
We need our attorney for
No,
this
we- yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Can we maybe take a break and
Well,
get him?
we can move on to the next item, and then we can come back to it if you'd like.
Again, I would just say, the transitioning this to New Samaritan is to our advantage because this is what they do. This is the work that they do. Whereas others who might be trying to keep things at a bare minimum to manage their costs, that is not the purpose of New Samaritan. They are the leading affordable housing provider in the state and Connecticut and Massachusetts. So.
And how did this come about? Like, did this come about because the building is in such bad disrepair, or he's just looking to get out of his financial situation?
Our
Just trying to-
involvement, we became involved as a result of him trying to get, him looking to move out of his lease.
Okay.
So what was communicated was that in order to do that, we need to approve it, so you need to tell us who you want so that we can vet whoever it is. And so that's what we did.
Yeah.
And initially, we found that it was a problem, and then we started talking to the tenants as a result of what was going on. It just coincidentally, I started doing, whatever you want to call it, at the senior center, and a lot of the people who attend the senior centers are tenants of here. So I started hearing about what was going on there. So and that was at around the time that we found out the original prospective buyer was not somebody we wanted to approve. So now we had to look for someone else. And to that end, it was recommended by the Housing Committee, as a matter of fact, that we consider nonprofits, since this is what they do. This is specifically what they do. We found New Samaritan, we found there was another one, there's 3 or 4, and we also looked, and he also looked at some private owners who were interested in the property as well. And then we started talking to Chaffa. I asked about meeting with Chaffa, so we went to Chaffa, who started telling us about programs, because I wanted Chaffa to know exactly what had happened to the property. We wanted Chaffa to know what happened to the property. So once we got involved with them, they brought in the owner, and they recommended nonprofits. And the nonprofits they mentioned, one of the ones they mentioned was New Samaritan. So,
And I guess a point I'll try to make with Chaffa, and with, experts, probably Maria knows this, I believe Chaffa would do their annual inspections of the property.
they generally
Because
do.
they have an
And
interest
they
in-
also
Like us.
make sure that the rents are maintained to a particular level, et cetera. So as a result of all of that, we got more information with Chaffa. We told Chaffa some of the things that they didn't realize. We identified New Samaritan. He as I said, he talked to a number of different organizations. New Samaritan was the one he opted to sign a letter of interest on. So then it's like, okay, that's enough for us to move forward with looking to see what needs to happen here. Chaffa and New Samaritan, because they've worked together before, understand that there are programs, tax credit programs, that allow for capital infusion for properties like this, very specifically for properties like this. They did something up in West Hartford very similar, where there was millions of dollars that they were able to put into the complex. It needs it, and we are at a point now where one of the requests is, if it goes to a nonprofit, we consider providing them a tax credit in order for them to continue to, that's based on the rental they can charge, so that will help with that. rather than, again, if you have a revaluation and the property value spikes, and they're you don't want necessarily to make people have to move because the rent's gotta go up too high. And that's what there's other options, there's other examples of having done. The one that Nick, we were fortunate in that he's the one who worked with New Canaan on the one that they did, and that's where we are.
Mika, the agreement says for a period in terms and conditions number 3, beginning on the effective date and ending 40 years after the buildings are completed as evidenced by the CO, the issuance of the CO. So to my understanding, the CO was issued in 89 or 90.
No, that's language that he probably took off of New Canaan, which may have built new, usually with, that usually references new construction, which this is not. So that may be, and again, keep in mind that this is a draft agreement that we still can change to the degree that we need to.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I know it's a draft.
Mhm.
He's highlighted and made comments. This language is not highlighted or commented
Mhm.
on. So to me, it seemed like it was not being considered for editing, and I was just confused by the
Yeah.
40 years, because that would only give us 4 or 5 years from the CO of this.
Right. Again, I'm thinking that it's for new construction. I think we need to look at it and bring up to him anything like that we find.
Right, that's the certificate of occupancy, so that's when
Right.
people can move in and he can start collecting rents. So that's gotta be from that.
Right. It was
Past
probably
agreement.
new construction. It's a point we should bring up and have him come and have him correct.
Right. Cause that doesn't, you're
Where
you're
is
right,
he?
that doesn't need to be in there.
He had,
I'm frustrated.
He had something else that he had to take care of at around the time that we started the meeting. So we have some questions that we can ask Nick.
We've got more on our joint agenda too.
Yes, we
Can
do.
move on to the motor vehicle. Is that next up, or that?
Motor vehicle option, I think, is one of the easiest for us to move forward with. The information that's in there, basically, just to outline what it entails, is the state changed the way we calculate for motor vehicle exemptions, for motor vehicle taxing from the previous, which was like Blue Book value. I think it was Kelly Blue Book, Tony?
Right.
Kelly Blue Book value in terms of used cars, once your car got old. And they've decided to abandon that and go straight with based on MSRP and a discount on an annual basis from the time that you purchase your car. They started with 85% after the first year. Had an impact on us, but not necessarily as great an impact on us as it had on some of the larger cities. And the larger cities were not very happy that the state mandated that they do this, and it basically decreased the amount of tax they were collecting. So the state came up with a option that is up to each individual municipality to decide whether they want to raise that from the beginning. They wanted to raise all of the steps by 5%. And that's an option that we have, to raise from 85 to 90. In our case, what that would mean, obviously, because we didn't do it in the first year, it would mean that we would none of our folks with motor vehicles would receive a depreciation amount, because depreciation goes down by 5 and it goes up by 5 until you get to the very last level, which is 500. Right. So it would basically mean that our folks would stay stable. They would not realize a 5% decrease in their motor vehicle tax if we were to opt to go with the higher percentage. If we don't opt to go with the higher percent, if we did opt for that, it is approximately $180,000 worth of revenue that we would gain. If we don't, we're not losing anything. We're just following. We're losing 5% every year, like the schedule dictates.
We gain $180,000 in just year one.
It would be based on what we know people have cars. It'll be different number as time goes on, depending on who buys cars and how many they buy.
Sure.
But for what we've looked at, based on the last number we had, it would be approximately $180,000.
And they wouldn't see, residents would not see a depreciation for 1 year or for 2 years, because we're a year behind.
So, for example, if you bought a new car and you went down, it's your first year, you went 85%, you should go down to 80% this coming year, okay?
Right, but we're a year behind, so were we gonna look?
No, we're
to
not
get
gonna
that?
retroactive.
Oh, we're not gonna do
Right,
retro-
no,
okay.
no, you can't do that.
Okay.
It's just whether you do it. Now, this is something that is very contentious in the legislature, because the towns are still losing money. So it may change. It's something that we could put an ordinance in and then they change it. But it's, do we want to raise it to 90% is really what it boils down to. Now, it's, in essence, it's, you know, from a grand list standpoint, no matter what, we need the money we need. So if we raise this by $180,000, it's raising it on the motor vehicles and those people who are impacted by that. If we don't, we still may need that $880,000. We'll get it, you know, through
Real estate.
So it would become the mill
real
rate
estate taxes.
adjustment.
The mill
anyway,
rate
So it's in
adjustment.
one and out the other, right?
So-
Correct.
And this is on October 2025 valuations,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Correct.
So they'd feel it in July 2026.
Correct.
But,
In order for that to happen, by February, we have to have this cared
Right.
for.
but it would go into the mill rate factor anyway, so is it really accomplishing anything?
You're dictating what bucket it goes under, Scott, in my way of thinking.
Right,
You know,
right.
it's-
It just feels like we're just moving it around and it'll come out in the wash anyway. and-
Yeah.
Well, it's true. It hits people with the new vehicle more.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, that's how I would do it.
Or people who rent don't pay the property tax, all of their taxes.
Right, I was gonna say, if we were a municipality that had a lot more renters than homeowners, that we might realize a bigger.
Yeah, those people would realize.
Right.
We don't have a lot of
So, if we don't want to do it, there's really no action to be taken. We just pass on it. And it's something we can consider at another time if it's still available from the state. If we do want to do it, then we have to go through the process of, ordinance and putting it on the books. Board of Selectmen, correct.
So we discussed it at our last meeting and thought that since we're gonna be going into the budget process together, we should talk about it together before we decide on an action.
just would be quiet.
Yes, well, no,
In terms of voting.
yes, well,
It's up to you guys.
at your next meeting, you could discuss it more too and decide, hey, we think we'd like to see this bit of money in the motor vehicle side rather than the property side. We don't have to take an action tonight.
We don't have to take, if we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it. But if we are going to do it, it's another one we should schedule for a public hearing.
Because the ordinance would need a public.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So,
Yeah, I
my
guess
sense,
I'm just trying to get clear on what the real benefit is. at the
I
end of
don't
the day.
see, I'm not in favor of doing it. I can
Okay.
just, plain and simple, I can just say, I'm not in favor of moving forward with this. The reason we would consider it is because we're looking at tax relief in other ways. So those are all deductions. And this could be a means by which we can pay for some of the tax relief that we have. I think that's worth having the discussion. If the Board of Finance in particular, from a Board of Selectmen standpoint, I think we're more sensitive to what's happening from a taxing perspective with people generally speaking. Not that you're not, but you also need to look at what's best for the town. So that's the way that I view it. So we wanted to get some input from you along those lines as well. You might feel differently than I do about that, or we do. And anyone is free to say what they think about it. Thoughts?
Pass. Let's pass on this.
I'm with you.
Cars are a little bit easier. They don't suddenly explode based on the different model. You know, they all go up, they all go down based on their sticker price. It's not like, oh, this year the Hondas are selling really big, so all the Hondas are 3 times as ranked, which did happen to our housing market, so.
Well, and also the way that the state moved toward it, if you both had a, 2020 car, and mine had 160,000 and yours had 47,000, you and I are paying different taxes. This way, that doesn't happen. It's straight, doesn't matter. Your car is 2 years old, here's how much you're gonna pay.
Yeah.
So, some people who don't take care of it aren't gonna pay less because of that. So,
Should we move on to the next item?
No, I'd like to make sure we know which direction we're going here from a Board of Selectmen standpoint. So from a Board of Selectmen standpoint, are we all in agreement? I'll make a motion that we not proceed with this particular option, legislative state option. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any additional further discussion on this?
Well, it does seem to me that in an election year, the state government is very likely to mess with your, like they did the last time, very likely to mess with the tax on your car, saying, oh, we're giving all you taxpayers something because we did something really good at the state. And all that does is screw up what the towns have planned anyway. So it's almost like, why bother?
Right.
Because the state may very well be capricious.
It could be a
and
change.
do that again.
I mean, my only thought is it's true. It's just what bucket this is going in when we need to talk about raising revenues. And I would want to hear the input from the Board of Finance. You know, what do you think about it? Do you have a preference which bucket this goes in, and how does that factor into your planning for the budget season?
I don't think we have an answer right now, do we? I don't think so. We have to talk about it.
So I mean,
Well, we
I
can-
almost wonder,
I mean,
is
they
this something that we need to wait to take action on to give them some time to?
So Marie, I think you're kind of asking, like, optically, is it worse to have this on motor vehicles or on?
Not optically, but practically as well. I mean, you know.
For the town, it's a wash. That's where I'm coming out.
Well, it is and it isn't. If we implement it, we gain $180,000. If we don't, then it's a wash.
Right, we
Then it's a wash.
gain 180, but then the mill rate will be adjusted, assuming, right? So, I mean, that's how it comes out. Like, there's a higher valuation, right?
Right.
I will,
Your point is it'll then drive down the real estate mill rate a little.
It's money in that relieves.
but it's money in, right.
Yeah, and what does that 180 cover in the short term? Do we need it?
It could be the tax incentive, or at least portions of
A
the tax
portion of
incentive.
it.
What I'll do is I'll withdraw my motion, Andrea, if you're okay with that, and we'll allow you guys to have your meeting next week. You can put it on your agenda, discuss it as you like, and then give us a recommendation. Next time we meet, we'll take action. Or we'll not take action if we don't need to.
There was like a double negative, like this whole.
So does that leave us enough time, though, if the December Board of Selectmen meeting sets a public hearing in January?
It'll
Doesn't
be
it take
tight.
30 days to
It'll be tight.
become?
We've been known to have special meetings too. They would
Right,
we
but
could hook
so-
you in for one more.
So you'd have to, well, no, I don't think you will. I don't think you will do that, but, no, the idea, though,
You may not
that
have a quorum.
David with a.
after the public hearing closes, if we were to put the ordinance in place, it takes 30 days for that to be effective. Is it from the date we voted in, or from the date of effectiveness? The assessor
the
told
date.
us it had to be December, or January 31st in effect, right?
We should ideally try to get this all done so that that effective 30-day period after approval still is within
Right.
the timeframe.
So you'd need to have the public hearing before the 1st of January.
Ideally.
And if we wait until our December, is it 10th or 12th
10th.
meeting,
10th.
can we get a public hearing in between the 10th and the 31st?
It's gonna be very tight with the holiday there.
December 31st.
We could look at, either the 3rd or the 17th as a special meeting for us to make sure anything like this, because there may be others as well.
3rd of December, you mean?
The 3rd of December, though, I think is the TPZ POCD.
Yeah, no, I thought they did the 1st. I think it's the 1st.
Is
I
it
know
the
they're the
first?
first Monday. So I might have been wrong with that
Ah.
date, Maria.
Okay. So that would be the first.
But that's only if the Board of Finance comes back. I mean, you heard us discuss it, and we're not particularly inclined, but we want to hold open the door for you guys. If you do decide at your next meeting, then we need a special meeting, otherwise we don't. Is that right?
Yeah, and we could even do one video.
Yeah.
So.
That I might attend, Steve.
All right. Nick, we had some questions in regards to Lucy Street that we were mentioning. One of them, Andrea brought up that there's a reference to CO and I
40
think.
years, in the lease, in the draft agreement. Terms and conditions number 3, period, beginning on the effective date, ending 40 years after the buildings are completing, evidence by issuance of CO. Is that just relic from a previous agreement, or is?
Yeah, again, this is based on, I mean, CO, certificate of occupancy.
I know.
So, yes.
That's not, my question wasn't what's a CO. My question is the 40 years after the CO is issued, is that language that's meant to be in this draft? Because I would struggle to understand how that would apply to Lucy Street, because their CO was what, 89 or 90? So that would give us 4 to 5 years, depending on when the CO is issued.
Yeah, this is not specific to, this is from a prior version to give an example of what was implemented elsewhere. I mean, I could only draft with, so much input I've had.
So it would be something we wouldn't include in this case since there's really no new construction, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I also had a question, Nick, about the tax abatement agreement, and we understand that it's a draft, this is not real yet. Is this something that becomes an addendum to the lease itself? Is it like a appendix to the lease or attached to the lease? And if then we had questions about the lease itself, whether some of the deferred maintenance could be added into, if we're signing a whole new lease or reassigning this lease, is there an opportunity to change some of the terms in the lease to make sure that deferred maintenance doesn't happen in the future?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is an assignment, so I would have to double check. I mean, I haven't looked at the actual underlying lease in a little while. I don't know if there's any provisions that would restrict that in terms of having to carry over the exact terms. I mean, there may be some room to negotiate, something along the lines of what you're suggesting. I mean,
Yeah.
it would effectively be an amendment to the contract at that point, but, I mean, if we
is
can
that how the-
negotiate it and they're willing to go along with it.
Right. So, and is that also how the tax abatement is incorporated into the lease, or does it just stand on its own under the ordinance?
It's technically not, if we were going to amend the terms of the lease to implement some, one of those types of points, we could probably build it into that lease amendment if we wanted to call it out. Sure. We could do that if that was the case. If not, I think we have them filed on the land records along with the lease. So, it's out there.
If you put it in the lease and then there's another transfer of the lease, it
Goes
might be a
with it.
transfer we want to have to take it out. There potentially could be the opportunity to take it out too. But if it's filed
Same
together
process.
and not
these-
in the lease,
If it opens the lease, it opens it.
right?
Yeah, these terms would be specific to make it work for a particular, lessee.
Right.
So, if those then are gonna change, if the lease gets assigned to someone else down the road, we would have to contemplate, just amending whatever wouldn't apply anymore.
Right. And then we had a little bit of discussion of, we're not able to identify here in Woodbridge what the authority would be to come in and say, hey, this housing is not up to par, let's say. In other jurisdictions, you can call in the city or the town and say, I'm having a problem with the landlord, he's not doing proper maintenance, I've got peeling paint on my ceiling, for example, and they can come in, cite that landlord and say, you gotta repair that. We don't have that ability, or we have it and we would have to
Building
start
kind of
using
meets code, but that's minimal, very
Right.
minimal,
Yeah.
I think.
Maintenance, like peeling paint on the
Right.
ceiling, is,
Fair rent commission. So that is,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
where you're going, right?
Yeah, no, that sounds right.
That is something,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in,
The new,
I still have to go through,
The draft.
all 99 pages, but, yeah, the state law, not yet at least, for Woodbridge and smaller municipalities, but for some of the larger municipalities, it's an obligation, that the town implement and enact a fair rent commission or fair housing commission. I get them mixed up sometimes, but basically, yes, it's a local commission with final decision-making authority to entertain those sorts of complaints, to issue binding orders against a landlord, and to actually set rental rates that would then apply to a landlord that they must implement for their property. I mean, and there's all sorts of pros and cons to that. But it is an option that the law allows if the smaller towns like Woodbridge wanted to implement that type of a commission. It could. It would take an ordinance and a lot of.
We don't have one now, and I do remember the HB 50.
8002 is the new one.
Thank you. But I do recall in the previous one that there was a mention of SCROG for smaller communities like ours. SCROG establishing an entity that can do that for the smaller towns that don't have their own. We don't have one. Because we've had a couple of instances where we've called and we've tried different things, and it always ends up the same. We don't have one. You can call the state and see if it applies to that, but there's more that has to be done.
So right now, the analysis of HB 8002 says the municipalities that must have the Fair Rent Commission, and it's a population of at least 15,000, otherwise allow 2 or more contiguous municipalities to form a joint commission, and COG to establish regional commissions. So that
Even
is
with
in
Bethany, we still
8002.
Even with Bethany, we don't hit 15,000.
No, but
14.
we have 5 bordering towns, so.
Right, what would
any
be
of them.
the authority then if you didn't meet, it would be the regional council then? If
No,
the
there's
town
none.
did
It
not
doesn't
meet?
exist yet.
There really isn't one.
Apparently,
maybe
if
one
that's
We
what
have
it
no,
says.
position we're in.
and there's nothing in place for our town to,
We can if we
in
want
the
to.
absence of a fair rent commission, we don't have any authority to, or do we?
No, you
Don't.
need the Fair Rent Commission.
You need a fair rent commission.
So that really argues for if we're going forward with the abatement, the tax abatement, do it in tandem with fair rent so that we have some teeth in it. That's my opinion, but this won't be my
You
decision.
have to
so.
establish a commission.
Yep,
And,
as an
that goes
ordinance,
along
yeah.
with that, so-
Put the 2 ordinances together at the same time, so they know we're serious.
Well, we may have the benefit of a regional one soon too, so.
Yep.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the elderly and totally disabled tax credit. This is one that we have currently, and the intent here is simply to consider raising the income limits that have been in place for 10 years?
Yeah, at least a little more.
Okay. Over 10 years, and also consider raising the amount of the tax credits. Obviously, the thought here is a lot of the homes that were impacted most severely as a result of the revaluation are owned by our elderly, and this is a means by which to try to help them in terms of that. So we're expanding the net in terms of who qualifies, so that we can get more people as part of the program. And we're also increasing the amounts that are associated with that. What we wanted to do is what Tony was able to identify is very specifically, the big question we had was, okay, so what do we make the limits? If we're gonna increase what can we point to rather than just picking a number out of a hat? And so Tony did find that the HUD area medium income rates, based on the 2025, that should be in your folder. It should be in your thing there. I think it was 120 and 80%, Tony, was it?
80% and 120%.
Right.
For the new 2 that we used, for Group 1 and Group 2.
And is all of that tax, that Group 1, Group 2, is that all new, or?
No, currently the Group 1 is based off of the current state elderly program. And it's up to the state max for their elderly program, and then Group 2 is 1.7 times the state yeah, the state max for their elderly program.
So essentially, this will be a moving number, that AMI is
Correct,
gonna
that's the whole
change.
idea, that it moves, so, the previous one moved also, it was just moving at a lower amount.
Right, right. So this is just a little bit more of we're adding some dynamic element to this
Right.
ordinance that
So
we
if you
didn't
can,
have.
you can see
and
the
Melbourne.
current program, under the current income limits at 1120 and 1400, costs $110,000. If you apply these new proposed amounts and income limits, we only have up to $93,000 for applicant incomes. So the question is, you can see it's only another, $23,000 for the existing population. Question is, how many other applications do we get between 93 and 108? That's really the question.
And then the way it looks like it's structured is if we allocate a certain amount, but we exceed that, the assessor can come and the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance jointly would have to make a decision to allocate more money
Right,
or not.
prorate.
Or
Right.
not,
Or
correct.
not.
Right.
Correct.
So if in the very first year it jumped more than we expected it to, we could just prorate the proceeds back and then the following year. Do we need to open up the ordinance each time we want to up that cap? Because it's in here. Yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
Which is what we had to do in this case.
yeah. So that's the argument for going from 190 to 3, to give yourself a little bit more room?
Right.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Currently, we budget 190, for those who might not know, we budget 190 for this, we're using less than that.
110.
We're using about 110.
Right.
Where our thought is to bring it up to $110,000 to $300,000. That would allow us to almost, to more than double the number of people who are currently on it, and still stay within under the cap that we're looking at.
And Tony, refresh my memory, if we don't use the full amount, it just goes back into
Essentially
the
goes
general?
back it's essentially back as a surplus of tax collections, because you're increasing everybody's taxes by $190,000 essentially, so that everyone else is paying essentially for that. So if you don't use it, then it essentially goes into your surplus of tax collections. It's essentially where you see it.
And then eventually into the general fund?
Eventually
if we
the
don't
fund
spend
balance,
it.
right.
Okay.
Any questions?
Can you remind me what the age?
65.
So these hadn't scaled in the past, the incomes?
It did.
To
They
some
had-
degree,
okay.
yes.
But it scales to the elderly, state elderly program.
Okay.
It scales to that program. The income
Okay.
does.
So it's costing the town how much more in tax revenue?
For the current program?
Well, for what we're proposing.
So that's a good question, because we don't know how many people are going to apply for the additional.
Right,
Maximum it would cost the town is an additional $110,000,
okay.
because we put the limit on it.
190, yeah, 190 to 300.
Put the
correct.
limit on the number of people? Or
No, the limit on the
Total
cap, the amount of dollars that.
Total
will
dollars.
Apply
Right, so this
towards
is if
this program.
everybody
So
jumped
it's
on it.
essentially a capped liability, so we don't
Right.
have it on,
So if everybody jumped on it, then that's,
would be 300,000.
okay, but we're capping it.
Yeah,
At
it's
300,000.
capped at 300,000.
So the benefit that we're offering is an extra $100 to $200.
$200 in each case.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
And what more importantly, in my mind, is you're expanding the amount of people who can qualify,
Mm-hmm.
so. And it is household income.
Household, right, good point, yeah.
But if fewer people apply, the cap is still only $200 more?
Yes.
Per,
In other words, no, we're
House.
changing the relief amount. So we're changing the relief amount to $1,600
Right.
and into $1,320. So those are changing, those are firm. So as long as the only way those would change is if we exceed the $300,000 and we have to prorate it based on that.
okay, thank
And
you.
if it exceeds it significantly, or the other option is if it goes,
Just a
let's say
little.
310,000,
Right.
then the assessor can come to these boards and say, hey, can we put in an additional 10,000 in there? Will you put an additional 10,000 and everybody gets it?
Because we've had more demand.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And then
So-
we can adjust that for the next budget cycle.
So what's limiting people today? I'm trying to follow this. Like, why don't we have, when you're saying this expands the,
It expands it, well, if you make, for example, right now, if you make $95,000,
Yeah.
you don't qualify for the program, period.
okay,
So
Okay.
with this new program, if you make $95,000, you will.
So it's not just the amounts, it's the terms.
So in 2019, we had 142,000. That's what we used, and now we're down to 110,000. So each year for the past, 6 years or so, it's gone down a little.
And is it the household makes that much, correct? Okay.
Correct. So that means, a lot of people
People
forget
are-
that means if you have your children living, you have one of
Right.
your kids living with you who's got a good job, you don't necessarily qualify. Or, a married couple who are both getting Social Security and possibly a pension, that type of thing. But,
Yeah, you don't need it. because
right, you're making more, so,
This is
correct.
based on your.
Correct. But,
If the relatives living there, like, older children are in school though, is that exempt?
they're not, it's all amount of the income. And there are some caveats, I believe it's on the, some deductions that they can take, like medical deductions and things of that nature, if I'm not mistaken. I saw
Correct.
that on the,
Yeah, there's
I saw that
a
on the
list of
opportunity.
adds and
Yes.
subtractions,
So
medicals to
there's, right,
subtraction.
what counts toward it, what you can deduct from it.
So in order to get this relief, you have to submit a bunch of
You do,
forms with a
correct.
lot of information, and that is one of the things that people
Dissuade
decide
people.
not to do that.
Right.
They don't want to share it out with the town.
So do we know how many more residents would now qualify?
No,
we don't.
You can't tell at all?
No.
How many are taking advantage of it today?
94?
something.
94.
90.
It was 89 or 94.
90-ish, yeah, the last few
Okay.
years.
So this could allow us to have,
More people participate.
but we don't know how many.
Which is the reason for the cap, so that you're not open-ended.
Right.
When we had this discussion in ordinance, I recall there being like some kind of full-time student, like you didn't have to count the children living on the property if they were full-time students or something.
You don't have to count their income, they don't have any.
Right.
Well, I mean, they could
Yes,
have a
that's it in
part-time.
there. It says it in there.
It does, they could have a part-time job in addition to being a full-time
says,
student, but their money's going towards their education,
Remember who is over
not-
21 years of age or under 26 on the, not included if the individual is a full-time student at a fully accredited institution.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Just in terms of timing of getting this done, so we would need to do an amendment to our ordinance
Correct.
to move this forward.
Which means we would want to schedule a public hearing on the 4th.
Yeah. So
It's a lot
so
for
the
the
reason,
people.
we've talked about it at the Board of Selectmen, we wanted to discuss it with the Board of Finance, since this has budget implications of $110,000. Again, we could wait for you to have your own meeting, but the plan would be for us to schedule a public hearing at our next meeting.
Well, we could, I mean, if the Board of Selectmen is inclined to move forward on this ordinance, we could tonight schedule the hearing for
Agree.
December 10th.
That- Yes,
Correct.
No, we
Matter
don't
of
need
fact,
this.
I'll make a motion that we schedule a public
Okay.
hearing for December 10th.
second.
And that's to put forward the ordinance as drafted in our packet now.
Yes,
Correct.
So those, both the change in the cap,
yes. Yeah.
right, so this is both the change in the cap and the amount of money we're putting towards the program.
Correct.
Okay, so the pool of money.
And
So
the fact that the incomes are based on.
As noted in
I'm
the.
changing it to what we're paying.
I guess the last thing is it's based on the income, right? And when we look at this, it was how do we offset the increase tax liability that occurred because of the rebounds, right? That's what's behind a lot of this. So
For our seniors.
For our seniors, right? But
The
so you could-
volatility of that.
Right. But the way that this is structured, it's not around who is impacted by that tax. So you could have somebody who had a tax decrease, and many did, right? That is now getting an enhanced benefit.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Considering the values of the homes that received a discount, that would be odd, but it's possible.
well, I'm
Yeah, it
I'm
would be
saying
very,
we know someone up, someone down, right?
Yeah.
So.
But the ones that went down were the higher end, so the taxes
Right.
on those were much higher.
Mhm, mhm.
So,
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know if there isn't a way you look at this based on what the impact was from the revals.
Mhm.
Maybe as a way to make sure it goes to the right place, but I mean, if we want to assume that, I don't know.
maybe another way to do that.
It's another
might
layer.
be- It's
Yeah.
another layer, and there may be another way to do that, which I think is what New Milford is doing with Homestead. And
Okay.
we can talk a little bit about
Yeah.
that. That's one of the items we can talk a little bit about. But in terms of this, what we're doing is we're augmenting an existing program. in an effort to help those people who could potentially need it the most. Could it help somebody who's not as great need? Yeah, I guess it could, but.
Well, and the thing to keep in mind is we're using other taxpayers' money to do
Yes,
this.
absolutely.
So-
Right, well, yeah,
It'll work.
exactly. It's-
And
it's
the savings
it's
isn't
not.
exactly it's
Right.
not entirely what's reflected here, because
Right.
their mill rate goes up too. You know, in order to make up the money, the mill rate increases, so.
Right.
So just to clarify, right, household income, typically, if you have a independent tax filer, like a child who's, normally their income is kind of hidden. It's not counted as household income, I don't think.
If they're a student, in there it indicates that you don't have to worry about that.
Even if you're not a student,
But if you're not a student,
If you're
and you're
not-
in the household and
if
you're
you
making money, that money is usually applied toward
it
it.
counts towards it.
What if you're in an ADU?
Interesting.
What's considered the household in an ADU?
Main residence.
The primary residence, so,
I think it might even reference that, I'm pretty sure, but.
There,
Oh, I-
there was a change to allow people that had a trust. That was
House and lot, which principal
It's
residence.
only,
Principal-
it's,
prin-
yeah, it's
principal
only the
resident.
one,
Principal resident. Residence.
so that language is certainly in the homestead piece from New Milford.
Yes.
where
Yes,
you
very
didn't
clearly.
count- The ADU was a separate thing.
Right.
It's also in this one.
And so if your house is in a trust, we did amend it, I think, in 2014 to allow the trust to,
Yeah.
like, you wouldn't lose the benefit of this program if your house was owned by a trust. So some people who are trying to age in place are going to put their house in a trust, and they're
And you're saying you would
still
not
in.
lose?
No,
You
they
don't
are in
lose
the
it.
program. We had to change the program in 2014 to make it so
Okay.
that they could explicitly stay in their home, which was their whole point.
We have-
With the taxpayers who don't qualify do have to make up the excess that the amount of money we put in this case it might be $110,000, which if that keeps 2 of these senior families still staying here, may be still a net profit to having 4 more kids move in there going to the high school and costing you $100,000.
It's a good point in terms of explaining to those who might be impacted, because we have to put in another 110 as to why it benefits them.
Yeah,
It's a very good
I mean,
point.
it may very well be an incentive to age in place for
Correct.
some people. It's not a large incentive, but
It certainly will help.
So we had a motion and a second for the public hearing on December 10th.
Any additional comments? All in favor?
Okay, so this
Motion
is to
carries.
call for
Pub-
one of the many
One.
proposals, but one public hearing for this amendment to the ordinance.
Correct.
As drafted, because that's the one I'll put in the,
Correct.
Yes.
alright. Done.
All right. Any other comments in terms of Board of Finance?
I hope you were in
Well,
favor.
we have the homestead.
I hope
Yes,
you were in
there's
favor.
There's
so
more
we
to
can
do.
stop
No,
asking
there's more to
us.
do. The next item on the agenda is Veterans Tax Relief. And Nick, I'm going to let you handle this one.
Yeah, please, thanks, that's fine. So there are a litany of statutory tax benefits that are available to veterans. One that has gained recent attention, and there's been some more recent legislative changes, is related to veterans with 100% disability rating related to some service-connected injury. As the law stands, without the local municipalities taking any action, a veteran who has this full rating can apply to the local assessor using a state-created form proving that they have this disability rating, that they are a discharged veteran. They are subject to, if eligibility is confirmed by the assessor, an exemption for the value of their dwelling, so the home that they live in. That has been on the books for a year and a half now. what was recently amended and just took effect this past October 1st is the ability for the local municipality, so here the Board of Selectmen, to approve, in addition to exempting the dwelling, the town would also exempt up to 2 acres of the land that the dwelling sits on. So number one, there's a local option by putting this in our ordinance to expand the scope of this tax exemption that's otherwise available to veterans with 100% disability rating for their dwelling only. This would expand that exemption, so the value that Marcia assesses on these properties, these eligible properties, typically the value of a property assessment is based on the market value of the dwelling and any additional value that it comes from the lot, the land that it's on. So right now, an eligible veteran who applies to Marcia would their tax assessment on which their taxes are based would be reduced because the value attributable to the house would fall off of that total assessment. So what is an option for this board in this proposed ordinance is to, like I said, expand that to not only include the dwelling, but also include the value of the land up to 2 acres. That's number one. Number two, the recent legislation also, and this is kind of why you can see 2 highlighted sections of the red line with an or, there's an ability to cap what the exemption for qualified applicants would be under this state law that says, hey, these veterans get this exemption at least for their dwelling and also for their land if the local municipality approves it. So if the board was inclined to cap the potential exemption, we're authorized to do that by setting the maximum exemption that could be applied at the median assessed value of residential real property in town. So that's a way to cap it. So number one, again, was expanding the exemption from just the dwelling to also include up to 2 acres of the land value. Number two, we can also cap what that full exemption would look like. And we can cap it at whatever the median assessed value of residential property is here in town. I don't have that number offhand. And then lastly, the recent legislative change also allows the local municipality, this board, to approve by ordinance, and this is subsection B, to extend this benefit to a surviving spouse. So if the qualified veteran with 100% rating is deceased, then we can locally, by passing this ordinance, authorize that benefit to continue to the surviving spouse. And if this board is inclined to act favorably on that, the other question for this board would be, okay, you have to set just how far back eligible spouses, surviving spouses, how far back eligibility goes, meaning the law allows the town to apply the exemption to surviving spouses whose veteran spouse died prior to October 1st of 24, but after X date. So the Board of Selectmen would decide, okay, if a spouse, if their spouse died before last October, how far back are we going to allow these surviving spouses to effectively apply for this benefit now?
Meaning it could be before 2024.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, how much relief do you want? I mean, do you go 10 years back, 20 years back, 30 years back?
Meaning you compensate, you prorate them?
No.
No, that they'd be
Just
eligible
means
to
they become
apply.
eligible.
Qualify.
Yes, so they qualify going forward, but you don't do anything retroactive.
So if an elderly person is living in town and their spouse died in the Vietnam War, we could make it, we could make them qualifying for
On a
this going
go-forward
forward,
basis, yeah.
not
Going
all the
forward.
way back.
What if a widow or widower of a spouse who already died moves in? Do they also qualify? Like if they didn't live here when the spouse died, but they had come in and would have qualified if they had lived there when the spouse died, are they still qualifiers?
Yes.
And people who die, you don't have to have died by October 1st, 2024. It's going to roll forward as well, or you have to have, the spouse would have already have to have died.
No, it's on a go forward as
Okay.
well. Yeah.
So they'll qualify. Okay, got it.
So the graph that we received and Marcia's estimate of the tax impact for 25-26 at 21,456, that's based on the people that we know would qualify.
That's based on the option for the land up to 2 acres.
Right, that's for the dwelling and the land up to 2 acres, but on the people that we know would qualify in town? or-
These are our existing accounts.
The existing
already in
accounts,
this.
okay,
that
so
are
there
already
could be more people
They're already
that
receiving
qualify.
the dwelling, which is probably 60,000, right? That's
Okay.
the first, the 1.8 million.
Yeah.
That's already in the tax, that's already in the tax rate, it's already been given.
Okay,
There'd be an additional 21,000 for that land.
for the land credit, and,
Right.
and these are just the people that have gotten this benefit in the past, but other people could apply if they qualify in town.
As veterans, yeah.
And the veterans can anyway.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So what's not known is if you include the spouses.
Right.
And you go back, how many more people are there? And
Right,
that's-
that's, okay.
And that's exactly the question.
Right.
They'll
There's the
newly
impact
qualify.
of-
They've
okay.
never qualified before.
Do we have a cap on the total amount, like there's 300,000 cap for the elderly or disabled, is there a cap for the
I don't think so.
tax impact
No,
on this?
Historically, there's not been a significant number, so we haven't. It's something we may want to consider at some point in time.
Do
depending
we
on how things go.
allocate? Do we allocate a certain dollar amount for this in the budget? We do.
We do.
It's-
When Marcia has, sends the grand list to us, it does not include the $1.8 million.
Oh, so it nets out.
Right.
Okay, all right.
It eliminates the assessment as opposed to the tax credit, which is the other one.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
I see.
That's the difference
I
between
see.
in terms of the
Right.
cap.
Changes
Yeah,
the
it really
assessment.
limits, just brings down the.
It doesn't
Right.
even show up because it's
Right.
limiting the assessment.
Correct, it doesn't
Got
even show up, right?
So again, with this, if we want to move forward, we set a hearing, we have the public hearing in December, it goes into effect in January, and it impacts the coming grand list
Right,
for property that we see are October 1st.
right.
Well,
Sounds like we're on, there's already potential for 100% disabled veterans to move in and automatically qualify. So it's already an unknown variable
yeah.
until we get the actual applications in. When do those applications come in?
It's usually by the beginning of February.
But
But no, it's between February and May, I think.
May,
is-
something
yeah.
like that. It's,
Yeah.
I know that the notice goes out from the assessor and tax office in January to make sure people get everything by the deadline.
But we might not know if there are any new people until much later.
Correct.
But this is that part of it, the dwelling is a state program, so they would get that in any town that they were in. It's not like it's not like they're all of a sudden gonna move here because we're offering something other towns don't. That's a statewide program. The part that we're adding is the land value, because most of our
Right.
homes are on larger parcels of land than in the surrounding towns.
Correct, but the variability in us for the grand list is they
Yeah.
move into a house that we are currently getting tax revenue from,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
then
That could
we
go
don't get
down.
any, we lose that revenue.
Completely.
So, but that unknown is already there.
Right.
There. that could be much more than anything we do about land.
Yeah.
Two
Correct.
houses would.
Well, and the land would just be the zoned lot up to 2 not to exceed 2 acres. So most are 1.5 in residential A, so that's what it would be. Or would it be?
There's a lot of homes that are over 2 acres and,
Well, yes.
yeah.
Okay, you're
So,
right.
yeah.
Yes, but not to exceed 2 acres.
Correct.
They wouldn't get the
I guess my
abatement.
question really is if it's less than 2 acres, it's scaled down to whatever it is.
Whatever the value
Yeah.
is, correct.
And I don't see it here, maybe I'm missing it, but how do you define totally disabled?
The military does that.
That's, okay. Do you
Totally
happen
based
to
on
know
military.
if it includes mental?
I don't.
Wellness?
So
Okay.
it depends, it totally on the military. As a matter of fact, if you recall not too long ago, they made an error where they said 100% totally disabled. And the criteria from the military was a little different. Like you could have hurt your arm. And that arm was 100% totally disabled, so it said 100% totally disabled.
Oh.
But you could still function, and they didn't mean it to be for people who can function. They meant it to be people who were totally, but they didn't specify that. And that's been the law now, you know, as a result of that. So it's really just depending on what the government puts out.
There is a whole process in the VA system for assessment and certification of that. That's their own, there's a whole medical determination, yeah.
So we need to decide, if we want to move forward with this, we need to decide from these choices under 382-19, which of these options, as well as the date that we want to go back.
Correct.
And I think we would want to, I mean, we could have a hearing, but I think we would want to decide that ahead of the hearing, or we could get input as part of the hearing. But we would need to have at least a proposed amendment to the ordinance.
Do you have a sense, Nick, in terms of any of the other towns, in terms of what they may have done?
Not many even know about this, quite frankly, because this change that I just, like these 3 items that we're talking about, it's hard to explain this, but there was a session earlier in the year that modified these statutory provisions, and then sort of along the lines of what Mika was saying, there was another subsequent session where there were changes, and the changes we're talking about now were actually implemented as changes to the earlier legislation that was approved in the session, meaning this doesn't show up in any codes or statutes anywhere. It's all by virtue of this public act that's approved and now being held at the General Assembly and on their website. So the answer is I don't have a lot of input from what's going on, quite frankly.
And to Nick's point, the way we found out about this was by a veteran coming in and saying, hey, I heard about this, what is it? You know, and then we started looking into it, so.
Makes sense.
So in terms of A or
Or
the
A.
other A.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of, it really isn't either or, but it sort of is. If you're expanding the scope of the potential exemption to include up to 2 acres if it, on a lot that has it, I mean, the second A, again, sorry, that's not quite clear, but, I mean, that's effectively capping what.
Right.
So I guess you could do both, but they're sort of at odds with each other.
Right.
Right.
I'm trying to identify, I don't know what the difference is between the 2 acres and the median. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
because each lot is valued based on that particular lot. I mean, a lot could have 10 acres, but it's all ledge or marsh, which will be, which will be valued less than
But they're
another.
exempt from paying taxes in the first one.
They're exempt from paying
exempt from
taxes
paying
on the
taxes
dwelling,
on the first
on the dwelling.
But not on the land.
No, on
For a
the
maximum of
maximum of 2 acres.
veteran entitled to an exemption for
Yeah.
property tax and dwelling in accordance with
Right.
subsection N.
Exempt from tax.
Shall be exempt from paying taxes for
Right.
a
And
maximum of 2 acres.
Right, and the second one caps, like you were saying, based on, caps their.
My question was, I don't know which one is worse. Yes, the median caps it,
Right.
but I don't know whether the median is greater than the value of 2 acres.
Right.
I guess
so
that's what
that-
I'm getting at.
Depends on the
That-
house.
Oh, it is?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly right.
Well,
Depends on the land.
That's why I'm wondering if that is the right
well,
bar for
easy way
capping,
to,
because that's,
yeah, easy way to go forward is don't do that. Don't cap it. Just
Yeah.
go with the first day,
yeah.
which seems reasonable. And then in terms of a date, go back to the start of World War II, December 8th, 1941, and that covers everyone. Because there's probably no one who was married to someone who died prior to 1941 who's still alive. And
So
now
I
you're
think
covering all the way back.
The U.S. government just made their last payment on a Civil War pension. It was 2021.
Yeah, but that's not someone who died during the Civil War. They lived quite a bit after the Civil War and married someone very young who just
Yes,
died.
yes.
So this is,
About a 60-year age
the
difference.
person
yes.
would have had to have died.
They must have been an actor.
My sense is, that I agree with Sheila on this one, on this in particular.
Yeah,
because
go all the
it
way
should be
back.
veterans. It just should be
Yeah,
veterans.
and that would be
You know what I
everybody. If
mean?
you
So-
if you picked the day we entered World War II, then you covered everybody.
Fair.
So Nick, if we can go with that, appreciate it, and make that change to A, as I'm taking that everybody's in agreement here on that?
So, and we want to have
Are we
a.
calling for more?
we
Thank you,
wanna have a
Sheila. I
public-
like
We're
that.
gonna-
public
we're
hearing.
gonna have to
So I'll
have
make
it.
a motion that we hold the public hearing at our December 10th meeting for this draft Veterans Tax Exemption Ordinance Amendment as discussed.
Second.
Any additional discussion?
I do just have a question. Spouse, is that excluding ex-spouses? Or how does that work?
Well,
That's
so we're
actually
talking
a
about
very
someone
good
who's
point.
died, so it would.
No,
you'd
but
be
I'm well,
spouse.
But if
but
they were
if you're
divorced.
married when they die, that's different than if you're.
Living spouses.
Too late to divorce them afterwards.
Current, one ex.
But if you're divorced first, because very often.
No, then you're not a spouse.
Is that true legally? Like, I mean, I know, I just mean in the way this is.
That's a
Is there
legal
any
question.
need to
I
clarify
just-
that?
So, it's built in here, it would apply to the spouse while the spouse remains, a widow or widower, so.
Which means they would have been married at the time of the death.
Yes,
And they
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
but they can't be remarried.
They can't be remarried.
If they remarry, they lose it. They lose
Yeah.
it.
Because they're no longer a widow or widow.
Right, yeah, that's.
Makes sense.
It'll be somebody living together.
And, yeah, we're probably getting in the weeds with like domestic partnerships, but.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, but
All right.
that's legal,
Somebody dies.
that's legal protections that are
Marry
above
another
and beyond
person.
this Board of Selectmen. I mean, if
All
they're
right, we have
entitled to it
we
as
have a
that,
motion,
then
we have a
that's above and
second.
beyond
I
us.
see no more questions or comments. I'll take a vote. All in favor for the public hearing? Motion carries. All right. Thank you for your patience as we discuss this. Our last item on the agenda is the homestead exemption. Today you were sent, and I don't know if everyone had an opportunity to take a look at it, but just very recently, last week, as I believe it was, we received notice that we had our first case of town actually utilizing the homestead exemption, which I think is 24-151, PA 24-151, if I
That's
remember.
the PA, the state law that implemented was 12-81, little I, so yes, we're covered there.
We were looking at, Tony and I have been playing with this for quite some time at this point in time with the intent. It seemed as if it was a means by which we could potentially help in terms of redistributing the taxes put on our residents. So, in looking at that, we've done a number of different models. We've talked to our attorney, we've talked to SCROG, we've talked to CCM, And everyone was basically at the same place. It hasn't been done. We don't know what the full implications are. There are legal concerns in terms of doing something that affects one and doesn't affect the other, and arbitrarily identifying that you want to help one group and not do something with the other. There was all kinds of, and as a matter of fact, New Milford having implemented it, as they also found that there are some concerns with regard to that. They are implementing theirs the year before. I believe they're going into their revaluation year at this point. There's also, as a result of looking at it more closely, we had hoped that we could use a specific amount, like we were going to drop assessments by $40,000 or $50,000. It has to be a percentage. You can create the percentage that equals that based on your medium home value, but it does have to be a percentage. So there's a significant amount to this, and there's not a lot of data to collect to say this is good and this is not good. What Tony and I did in terms of our modeling is we identified, based on the last grand list, last tax assessment.
Right.
We identified, okay, if we use those numbers and we just reduced it by, we used whole numbers in our case when we were looking at the modeling, and we reduced it by $50,000, what does that do? And it obviously would increase overall the grand list. About 2/3 of the people will realize some benefit from something between $1 and $1,500, depending on the value of their homes, and some other people would be, and about 1,000 or 1/3 of the people, 2/3 would receive some degree of benefit, and about 1/3 would obviously have to make up that slack for all intent and purposes. So they would be hurt by it. In some cases, on some homes, they would be, and it's just there were less than 20 that would be upwards of like thousands of dollars in terms of their impact.
Positive or negative?
That would be negative to them. In other words, they would have to pay that much more. They would be paying more, correct. So candidly, from that perspective, I thought, particularly since we're having this conversation and we're having a joint meeting, I think we need help on this, is really what it boils down to really kind of to define and assess what this can really do for us. There are some significant concerns in regards to the fact that it just hasn't been done. It's been on the books for over a year. You know as well as I do how many towns have gone through evaluation where this could have been a tool. I believe that there's a lot of towns looking at it at this point in time. When we checked with CCM, they were able to identify 4 that were looking at it. They were more in the Hartford and north of Hartford area, but they just happened to be looking at it. Reached out to them. They weren't doing very much more than we were doing. They were just looking at it. But if we're going to try to see if this is a means by which, Scott, to go back to what you were saying, that we can apply something that's specific to a particular group that is in need of it, I still see this as a means by which we can do that. But with that opportunity also comes some risk, particularly some on the legal standpoint. And Nick, you might want to just get into that a little bit.
Sure. Yes, and it's still yet to be seen how this plays out in the one town that we know has implemented some mechanism under the homestead exemption. New Milford, like Mika mentioned, their reval was this past October, so they're going to get hit with the same thing we did, and they're trying to use this to whatever extent they can, except they don't really know. Part of what they passed says what the state law allows, that there will be an exemption for owner-occupied properties of a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 35, right, percent.
Of assessed value.
Of assessed value, correct. They didn't set, in the ordinance that New Milford put into place, they didn't actually set that percentage yet. They said the town council, their legislative body, is going to set that in February of 26, presumably when they have the full grand list certified, so they know like what the numbers actually are, so that they can then define, that's their thought at least, that they could define some one percentage. I mean, I suppose they can, and this is some of what we've talked about, and is there risk, is there not risk? I mean, the law, I think, in my opinion, is broad enough and grants enough discretion that municipalities can get a little creative and don't necessarily have to apply a flat exemption rate across all properties across the board. That seems to be what New Milford's doing. That seems to be the easiest way to interpret what the state law says the towns can do. But to get to what Mika was driving at, the risk here, and it's starting to play out in New Milford already, is that by designating a even if you do a flat percentage, you're gonna inevitably have classes of property owners who might feel that based on just the value of the property and then the percentage getting applied to that property, there's a benefit being granted to one, like a category of property owners that is greater than the benefit that they're able to receive. So is that really, raising some sort of claim or risk that someone who isn't getting a benefit can say, well, we're not being treated fairly here. So that's legally some of the concern. It's early stages. There's no like real cases that are playing out right now. But
And is this an offset to the reval that's already occurred? So the revaluations have been cast, right?
ours, Woodbridge has.
Well, no, I mean in New Milford.
They're doing it right now.
No.
They're doing it.
So
They're
they're
doing
receiving their
proactively.
stuff.
And you had to apply by December, you do have to apply by December 31st to be in the program.
So it won't be until their assessor certifies their grand list, which happens by the end of January, that you know what the value of the grand list is in town.
If what they're doing is one set percentage of assessed value, it has completely no effect.
That's what I thought too, David.
Yeah.
I'm sure of that. I mean, that's math. So,
Right.
because you just are reducing
Everybody.
everybody, just like taking 70% of the
Right.
value of her home, now you're
Making
taking
65%.
60,
a different percentage. It's not.
All we did was raise 5% more tax
it
revenue
just-
last
you
year.
end up
because we
paying
paid
exactly
for it.
the same if you
Right.
do a percentage of everybody's.
Well, yes, and
So it's
well, it's
kinda
not every sure. It's everyone who is applying because it's an owner-occupied property. So you'll have folks who own properties that aren't owner-occupied that don't get the benefit
Right.
of this.
They don't.
Say, well, what about us? I
They
mean,
don't
that's
benefit.
Well, you're keeping the absentee landlords and people who are just have like vacation property or whatever, you're
And commercial.
Those people
Right.
keep paying more.
And
So
that's,
Yeah.
I mean, that
the
was
only-
part of the legislative
So they're
intent
not
here in
coming.
passing this broad authorization.
taxes will go down.
Sometimes those types of broad
That's
authorizations
the point.
can get the municipalities into some legal.
Your point is the
Well,
reason
that-
we're looking
right,
to
and
use a
the-
specific amount.
the
It's very
fact that it
specific.
is so-
Specific amount now makes more sense. If you can say,
Sorry.
we are just writing off 5 to 35%, pick a number, of the median value of the homes in our town. That makes a lot more sense, because that takes off, let's say,
For
as
some
an
it'll be
example,
more.
$200,000 of value off of every home in the town, and it's equal across the board, but that has a very
Then the mill
different
rate's gonna
effect. It has the opposite effect of what our assessment did. Our assessment doubled the price of $200,000 homes and didn't change at all the price of $2 million homes. Well, if you reduce $200,000 off of all those, that's a very large percentage of the homes that just went up in our assessment, and it's a very small percentage of the value of a home that didn't see any change, or maybe even reduced their taxes. So, but it's a number that's, if that's what you choose to do, that seems fair, except particularly if it gets us back to something that people felt was more normal. When we went up in 5% of our taxes, our taxes went up 5% last year. And yet some people saw their tax bill go up 50, 60%. Other people saw their tax bill drop. And that was I think, what we heard from so many of our residents when they came here and screamed at us for an hour or so.
I think, to your point, Nick, that the state statute is so broad, and what creates a huge challenge is getting to what, David, you're talking about. How do we get this broad statute to help the people we need it to help? And also, how do we get that to fit into the overall budget? And with the statute being so broad, I mean, it opens up a lot of possibilities, but it also opens up a lot of challenges for how do we do that legally and how do we do that fairly?
And how do we keep it from just making the mill rate go up instead?
Right, that's what I
So
mean.
you're still
How do
paying.
we-
So
within
it-
the context
it would-
of the
Mill rate will
larger.
go up if you.
But it
No matter what
seems,
you do.
Right.
but
No
it
matter
seems
what you
that the Homestead Act is more geared towards owner-occupied property.
Homestead exemption, yeah.
Yeah, so if we did this, we put in some protections so that there isn't non-owner occupied, there's no benefit for having rental properties, owning rental properties in town. They're not going to get this benefit.
Right.
So it shifts the taxes towards those properties and protects the owner occupied. And that seems to be why it's being called homestead, because
Right.
this is the
But
purpose of
at
it.
the end of the day, this is just rebalancing. The town gets all the revenue that it needs, right? It's
Yeah.
just, we're resharing.
Yeah, but it puts the onus on
So-
non-owner occupied homes.
It does, but again, you're raising your
It
mill rate.
discourages them from coming, too.
Well, raising the mill rate,
It's gonna impact your property.
I mean, you have to raise the mill rate if you reduce the
The assessment.
The assessment, so that does, people don't care what the number is on their mill rate. What they care about is how much money they have to pay in taxes.
This way.
I mean, if if we were like Hartford, their mill rate is based on 35% of value
Right.
instead of 70%.
I understand.
So their mill rate must be enormous, but it's only, if you do it differently, you get a different result, and 70% is more common.
What's interesting from my perspective is that we talked to legal, we talked to councils of government, we talked to Connecticut Conference Municipalities, we talked to QDS, our consultant who we use for what we do. We've talked to other towns, we've talked to other assessors, and there's no even semblance of a clear answer in terms of this, because there's no one who's really done it. And even the folks who have been looking at it find themselves in a very similar situation to us, in that I'm trying to figure out how to make this work, because it should, but it doesn't. And,
Yeah, but I think-
again, because if it's a percentage, and it's a percentage off of everything,
The only people
Not
that
doing
hits
anything.
would be the people who own rental properties that are renting out to non-homeowners.
which is not something we have a lot of here.
We don't have a lot of that,
Yeah.
but the ones we do have, because of the nature of our town,
Mhm.
are almost certain to be wanting to bring students into the school system. And I'm, talking to a few of the people who rent, they say if I have a one-bedroom home, they want to put 3 kids and a parent in it, and that's just the demand that's out there. Just like the demand, obviously, our assessment told us that the demand was obviously for starter homes and lower, and the more affordable homes, because those are the ones that went up.
Skyrocketed.
Skyrocketing. And so if you really, the only way to help people who are in the starter homes is to have a set number for everybody, like the percentage of the median value of homes in your town, because that does help the starter home people, the people who people are concerned about on the affordable side of home ownership.
Nick, to that end, Mike, one of the other concerns is that it is very broad, so it doesn't say you can't do, because I didn't see anywhere that it said we couldn't use a flat number. But apparently the state statute says that, not the public act, or something alludes to that you have to use a percentage.
Well, can't you make it apply to only values under 250,000?
You can, but then that's when you get into the legal.
Yeah,
That
right,
would
so
be a problem.
in crafting it to apply to specific properties that the board feels, needs it the most, you're necessarily creating a class.
But that's what this, that was the purpose of the state law. Right, I get that that's the danger, but that seems like that was the intent.
Not, I'm not sure the intent was to define specific classes. I mean, look, there's a potential claim there, and we're seeing it play out in New Milford, is what it comes down to.
Is there a way to, apply an exemption for homes of certain square footage? Is there a way to break it down that way?
I mean,
I
I don't have the
so
magic
open, right.
answer.
Yeah.
I mean, if
It doesn't,
There's nothing that says you
There's nothing that says you can't,
but there's nothing, you know, but, yeah.
but it has not been necessarily done.
So to understand
nothing
where,
has been
where
done.
we are on the calendar for this one, right, we've talked about these other calendar things. In New Milford, they had passed it in September, October for that grand list from October 1, 2025. You have to apply, it looks like on their website by December 31st, then they're gonna set the number this February. We can't make any of those deadlines. We wouldn't be able to, we'd have to do an ordinance and then wait 30 days. So we would be too close to you'd put in an application the day before our grand list comes out. That kind of doesn't make sense. It seems like you've got a year to think this through, or 9 months to think it through if you want to do it for the next. And then maybe we find out what happens in New Milford in the meantime.
Yeah, well, as I read it in New Milford, like, let's say they choose 35% of assessed value.
Yeah.
Basically, that means that all the people who are homeowners, who live in those homes, they are residents in those homes that they own, are gonna see their assessed value drop by 35%. That means the people who are developers who own rental properties are gonna have to eat that amount, so they're likely to go up by.
To a certain extent,
Huge.
because
Yeah.
in
And so what's
reality,
the
if you drop
impact
it by
down the road?
35%, your mill rate's gonna increase, so that 35% becomes something significantly less than that. Because the mill rate's gonna go up dramatically if you,
But the
for
brunt
example,
of
if you think
that-
about it here.
But the brunt of the mill rate increase lands on people who are
The people who don't go
Homestead.
down 35%, like if you own $1 million apartment house, and the guy next to you owns $1 million home, his home just got reduced by 35%. It went down quite a bit,
did not.
to
Right.
$650,000. Yours stayed at $1 million. That's gonna up your tax dollars a lot for the guy who owns the $1 million rental property and doesn't occupy it.
And then the next guy's not
Ditto
gonna
for the
build that.
businesses in town as well.
Right.
Yeah.
It may not affect very much the person who owns the $1 million house, but whatever, it's gonna affect those
Well,
few who own the
35%
rental
is
properties a lot.
35% is pretty significant. So-
Well, it
Or whatever the
wouldn't,
percentage
but you
might be.
wouldn't get that benefit because everybody goes down 35%, except for those few people who own the big apartment
And as
houses.
Maria said,
And all their money
commercial
gets
properties.
redistributed to the mass of homeowners who live in
And
town.
commercial, and commercial.
And
in
your
the town.
commercial
And
base.
the commercial would probably,
Yeah.
would take a hit as well.
So maybe-
Although commercial property is under a different assessment process.
But the
mill
dollars you
But
collect
they,
still
it
need
would
to
still
go.
go, it would
Right.
go up by a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
So the unintended consequences of this, I mean, you probably want to see what happens in New Milford before you
Yeah,
make a
because it's
decision
gonna
like
kill
this.
the commercial district
And discourage development.
And discourage development.
Discourage
right?
development.
We're trying
Affordable
to-
housing potentially,
Yeah,
right?
it's not-
I know we're trying to control it, but maybe not that much.
Do we know how New Milford arrived at its, how they structured this? Like, did they work with consultants? Do they have, I'm just curious, like,
Marcia spoke with the assessor over there. Tony's reached out to the finance director. I can tell you the mayor I spoke with, and he was, he wasn't as engaged in it. So he really referenced us to those two resources.
people that did the.
Correct, who did
Yeah.
a lot of the legwork, so no, I don't know that for certain, but that's something that we can easily find out as we make contact with these people. But, so my sense is it's something that, obviously, I still feel just in my gut that there's something we can do here to make this, to help our situation. But there's just not enough, it just hasn't baked enough for us to understand
Yeah.
what that truly can be.
And you might also want input from EDC because they're trying to attract.
And I feel
Yeah.
Javier, who's not here tonight, would have some valuable.
Well, that
Who's
was why
asking?
we wanted to discuss it jointly, so that
I know,
Board of
but
Finance
we don't
continue.
have everyone.
My point being, no, that at their next meeting, they can discuss it further
Right.
too, so that it can come back to us as well, so.
And as I said, one of the things we're looking for is,
You guys
we're
sort it
looking
out
for-
at your next
We're
meeting.
kind of looking for help on
Please.
this. We're kind of looking for help on this, is really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
There's
Um,
gotta
mean, I
be
think
some formula of either a percentage or by property size or square footage. There's gotta be some way that we can leverage this to help the people that were impacted the most, but this has to be taken in the broader context of how does that affect our business district, how do we incentivize the other programs we're trying to, there's a lot of moving pieces in this to make it work, because we certainly don't want an unintended consequence to this.
Think you're gonna get.
Yeah, like it's a very complicated scenario analysis that has to happen, and I feel like there are probably a lot of boards as well that may want input into this, or at least to have the context going in.
Yeah, I think whatever we come up with, like Nick said, the fairness and legal aspect of it, it's kind of a slippery task, to say the least.
And that's what legal has been advising us the whole time, is that this is a slippery slope. It's exactly what you're saying. This is, so, and there's nothing to go on in terms of it. You know, my inclination is, well, let's at least take a look at it and see what we can do with that in mind, but, anyway.
The
we can use your
revals are a
help.
market effect, right?
I'm sorry?
I said the revals are simply a market effect, and
Right.
it could be a one-time shock like COVID, right? And how do you
But it's for
respond to
5
that?
years. You can, you know, this might give us something to do with.
No, I know,
between
but I
the
mean,
5
it's
years.
not unlike you have an event, right?
Right.
And it's not necessarily permanent, but how do you, I mean, what we're trying to grapple here is like, how do we balance this?
Yeah.
And make it fair, or ish, so we don't have for sale signs all over town,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's really what we're trying to do.
Correct.
After the fact, right? And so, I mean, I think this homestead exemption is like another way, the questions we're asking, we're like circling the same thing, which is how do we not disproportionately impact certain people because the valuation of their home went up? House rich, cash poor, right? I mean, that's what we're dealing with, so. I don't know that homestead exemption, as outlined, necessarily gets us there. I mean, definitely the flat percentage, like we said, it just.
Well, you're absolutely right. What it does is it really, if you had a really robust economic district that was making a lot of money, then you would shift the burden to them away from your permanent residents. In a town like ours, we're just likely to shove all the businesses out of town.
Well, and is that the message you want to send to your
I
commercial
wouldn't
district?
think so.
No.
Not when you're
And-
trying to attract them.
That's right.
Right.
Absolutely not. We need more.
If we had the commercial
If
district,
anything,
we'd stick it to you.
all of this sheds light on the needs to diversify our grand list and grow our
Right.
commercial base. That is the answer, not this.
This is the opposite.
I would agree.
So I
If we can't
think,
pick a set number, I don't think this will help. If we have to pick a percentage for everybody, it's the same, and for all of the residents.
Oh, we don't have to, I mean, there may be other ways to do it, there just isn't enough, not enough municipalities have tried to do this, that there's enough precedent, is what
But it
I'm
also
understanding
surprises-
for how to do it.
What surprises me is that there's not consultants out there saying, hey, we'll help you, because this is
Right.
something that a lot of people are struggling with. And if there was a clear-cut answer, somebody could, I would think that there would be a consulting group out there saying, hey, we can help you get this done. And there's not. And that's of concern,
Because they've looked at it and
because,
done the math and said, this is stupid.
so it could be, you know.
Honestly.
Yeah, they make
Like,
more
who
money.
wants to do that? It doesn't help.
They
It
make
just
more
makes
money
it
than
complicated.
economic development consulting instead.
You know, most of the consultants are economic development consultants, not,
So.
it's not how to shift all of the burden away from.
But it seemed as if it could be potentially something that would help us redistribute that tax burden. But it's turning into being a little bit more complex than we had originally hoped it would be. So, if finance can kind of take a look at it, maybe have some discussion on it, maybe between now and then, there's some additional information that we get, either from the Milford or otherwise, and we can provide it, and then we can talk about it after that.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good.
Got a big agenda next week now. Thanks, guys.
All the more reason
that was our
for-
intent.
At least you have some of the homework
gotta- we
done
gotta
in
hold it.
advance, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of legwork done, you're right about that.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Well, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.